Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rap a world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight, every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stop begging. We learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man. You choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map. We was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man? You can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you respectful. That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties back, just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties back, just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here, cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. It's a trend you can borrow, but you inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy spat with disgusting is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and tell them Black America, y'all ain't
facts. Pack your
and bones grown.
Show respect. This our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Yeah. Fly, little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This sail is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. Bye bye little birds. Thought we forgot. Yeah. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 100 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took them. We lit the flame, they left the room, but we bound no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That's sweat and blood. Can't culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our hour. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black American. Stand tall, we and it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all alone. The soul of a people strong and free. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational. We're not lending our history to people who we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear, not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise and you're uncomfortable. We didn't land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandon your land. You wave that flower, but turn to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged. Every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. Changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Telling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all still hate us outside, study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth, who. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip yours, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging the BAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face. Like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stay in fall, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Still fast. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
Erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA. Our historical background to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our
considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance. Of course, they want to always downplay because they continue to act like our number one export resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download. Constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google to submit a business. Submit Black business using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
All right, greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. I know my computer's freezing up. Hopefully, y'all can hear me and see me clearly. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. We should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che. And unfortunately, Shabaka will not be joining us this evening. She's having technical difficulties with his phone. So it's just going to be me and Lady Che and Michael and whoever else decides to join. I sent the link out too. And on this Season 6, Episode 37 of Trade 7, Part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in Part 1. And that is and that is how to live without modern inconveniences, what Fauci knew about deadly vaccine effects to Black Americans, Northeast storm, it already dumped, but for the sake of the video, could dump 8 inches of rain, flood watch for millions, Trump's FBI wants AI to predict crimes before they happen, here's the plan, sounds like a movie I seen back in the late 90s, early 2000s called Minority Report. Then Carmelo Anthony's new team files a new trial. Here's what they're arguing. Great news. Great news. Well, hopefully we can get our brother out. This is ridiculous. 35 years for defending yourself. Then the Great Detachment. Is Black America checking out? Yep, I think he checked out. Then the boycott just reached Black Panther. Here's what changed. Luther Campbell admits Trump was right about election cheating. Ballot harvesters exposed. Ooh. Vivek Salami claims Black Americans lived better during Jim Crow era. Lake Lanier got revenge for Nolan Wells. Great news. Great news. U.S. water systems hacked. FBI and Iran linked. Then, and last but not least, the boycott wealth transfer is growing. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the new Black media and also the signal boosters of the new Black media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. And please join us this coming Tuesday for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to the, that's right, Fresh, the new Black Media. Make sure y'all sub to Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. So I'm going to put that link in the chat so y'all can subscribe over there as well. Greatly appreciate it. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. That's where we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora and the local community events like I was at yesterday at the 36th annual Brick City reunion. And then the Sunday morning food bank, which I do every Sunday, which I did this Sunday earlier this morning. All of that is streamed over on Jesse Parrish 5280, so make sure y'all subscribe over there as well. Then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub up to that channel as well, so she can start going live on that YouTube channel. All these links are in the description, but I'm going to put them in the chat so people can immediately click on them. I don't know if you can click on them from the vertical, but you should be able to click on them from the main one. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to her main channel, the RBA. She did a RBA. She did 2 RBAs this past week, so make sure y'all check those out. And she should be doing some more this coming week. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to that as well, so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. He needs, damn, he must have lost a subscriber. He needs 4 more subscribers for that channel. We put all these links in the chat. Then we got our cousin or Lokester, who I talked to earlier, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. The link to his channel was in the description. Was Crockett TV with Jay Militant. Then we got my brother from my brother from another mother. Our other brother, Kukizi out the Mile High. Shout out to brother Kukizi. He used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News, and now he does the FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all check out our brother Kukizi on YouTube, Kukizi 5100. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega. My brother from originally from Hempstead, Long Island, who's now in Leesburg, Virginia. Make sure y'all sub to our brother. He was live earlier, so make sure y'all check him out. Hopefully he stops by this evening. Then we got our brother Church, who's live still, I believe, who interviewed me last Friday. So make sure y'all check that out on his YouTube channel, Church of Black Power. And our brother is originally from Watts, California, and is now in Houston, Texas. And he's actually studying to be a lawyer. So salute to our brother Church. Wish you all the best with that. And then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus and actually put Alicia Cabrera on and came up with several series such as the We Fought Back series. Make sure y'all check out our brother Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. The link to his channel's in the description. Then we got honorable mentions of the new Black Media. This isn't all of the new Black Media, but it's a good portion of it. First of all, brother Professor Black Truth, make sure y'all sub up to his channel. Sub up to our brother Jason Black as well. Our brother, who else? I lost my train of thought where I was going with this. Our brother Black Alpha Network. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel as well. Yesterday, or the day before yesterday, was his birthday, so happy C-Day. See you later, C-Day to Black Alpha Network. Then we got our brother Water God, who was live or still is live. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Our sister Lisa Cabrera. Our other sister ZZ Rants. Our other sister Vicky Dillard. Our brother Sincere Love to God and his co-host Nicey Girl. They were live earlier as well. Taylor House Publishing. Who else? it's a slew of new Black media content creators. So bear with me, Black family. I'm trying to mention content creators I haven't already that are part of the new Black media. But you get the gist. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United. Came up with the B1 Rolodex. Oh, our brother Afro Elite. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. That's our brother Black Truth United, not our brother Afro Elite. And the link to the B1 Rolodex is in the description. The link to the FBA threat database is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to Church's Freeman Reparations Party merch is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. Long overdue. Please sign the change.org petition if you haven't already. The link's in the description. Then we got our Asian ally Michael's petition for Congresswoman Nikema Williams to introduce and fully fund an anti-Black hate crimes act now in the state of Georgia and nationwide. And the link to the petition that Michael has put together is in the description. So make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. And I will also put that in the chat so y'all can click directly on it. Then we got our sister Brooke's call to action. Make sure y'all sub up to our sister Brooke's backup channel. The link to her channel is in the description. And her Even Melanin website is also in the description. Then we got the Reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that Nabisco Chut, the Bussy Chut, the Builder. Make sure y'all sign his donate to his GoFundMe if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Brandy Short for putting that petition together. We shall sign that if you haven't already. Then we got the medical examiner of the Nolan Wells case petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. Then, as you can tell from the background, I'm a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for State House of Representatives for House District 8. The election's in November, and the link to the website that Lady Che has put together is in the description. So make sure y'all check that out. It's pretty dope. If y'all listened to last night's episode, Lady Che went over it. So if you want more detail about it, you can go to the website that's in the description, or you can listen to yesterday's episode of the Frontline Black News. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior, scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 3 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, who's in Japan right now, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, greetings, Michael, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
All right, Jesse.
It was a pleasant 103 degrees today.
Oh wow, very hot. Yeah, today in the DMV area was like 94, 95 degrees.
Oh yeah, all this heat's heading y'all way.
Yeah.
Look,
Anyway,
I
so
talked to Sabotage, and he said it was 119 degrees in Las Vegas.
oh my gosh, that's very hot, man. I hope he's doing okay there.
Yeah, he's just having issues with his phone, but he'll get it together by tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah. The last time you went to Nevada, wasn't very hot, right? Last time you went there.
The last time I went was in the wintertime, so it was still like 70 something degrees outside.
Outside. Right.
That was in 2009, and then I went a year prior in the summer for my 21st birthday with my mom and stepdad at the time, so it was cool. But yeah, he's all right. I talked to him right before I went live.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad to hear. Yeah. Whew.
Okay, Michael. Yeah. He's on the strip right now, having a good old time, I guess. So hopefully he can get his phone situation together by tomorrow and he'll be able to join us. Yeah, 119 fresh. That's I dealt with 115. That was bad enough. So I just imagine what 119 feels like. The first time I went to Vegas, it was 115 degrees. And that was crazy. It was like a hot air blow dryer being blown on you constantly. All right, so I'm going to hop into it with the first topic, and that is how to live without modern inconveniences. So our brother, Professor Black Truth, is going to give us an update on that. This is a Sunday evening address. We already covered ALC yesterday, so I'm not going to rehash that, bro.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now the Sunday address. One of the many sayings that I've cultivated over the last 20 years has been the white media isn't in the business of entertainment, it's in the business of mind control. And they use everything to do that. You know, recently I've seen that people were angry about Sony announcing that they're not going to be making any physical games for the PlayStation anymore. I'm still not sure why the algorithm would throw this at me or even why it's still there after I keep requesting no more of this stuff, but I do understand that as a middle-aged man like me, a Gen Xer, the culture left me behind a long time ago. I get it. But I can't help but wonder, is it that serious? For the people who apparently are losing their minds about this, and there are people who are talking about wanting to do boycotts and such. I'm like, hey, man, when you look at the murders of black teenagers by these racist convenience store owners, that's something that deserves a boycott. I'm sorry, but I just can't get a full fact. The entire reason that it's the subject of this evening address is because it's entree to a far larger, relevant discussion. These white media companies across the board want to eliminate ownership of media so that they can force everybody into a crappy subscription model, which is what literally every business is attempting to do. From computer applications to even cars, they want you to pay a monthly subscription for basic features on your car like keyless entry, heated seats, etc. They're trying to turn everything into a subscription model so they can milk everybody month for month. Now, that's something that does need to be talked about. That's a relevant discussion. Companies trying to make it where there's nothing that you can truly actually own and that they always have their hand in your pocket even after the sale, which is what they're trying to do. They're trying to take products and turn even products into a subscription. So for the people who apparently are losing their minds because the PlayStation is going to be stopping the production of physical games, well, this is just basically the devolution of that particular corner of culture. And truth be told, when you look at how much time a lot of people have dedicated to it, because the truth of the matter is, it reminds me of a lot of avenues and venues in the society where they have people giving all of their attention and, truth be told, all of their spiritual capital to things that really don't warrant it. It reminds people get furious about sports constantly. They get angry about whether or not their team wins or loses. They get angry about who's getting paid what. They get angry about how much they have to pay for tickets to the game or how much they have to pay for this or that sports channel, service, subscription, etc. Mostly they just seem to get angry about sports in general, but they still watch regardless. And in this regard, especially when it comes to entertainment, Black people are hideously oversampled. And when it comes it serves, they hold your mind. And how does somebody resist a repressive condition when their own minds have been thoroughly captured? It would be ridiculous if it wasn't so serious. People get addicted to their digital toys. They just can't let them go. And that's by design. This is how white power works. It reels people in slowly at first, and then all at once. Back in the old days, when I was growing up, people thought that broadcast TV was quote unquote free because they didn't have to pay anything when they turned on the television set. Apparently, they must have thought that these white media companies just liked them so much that it was going to give them time. People realized there was actually a business model going on. The true audience for these stations wasn't the people watching. It was the advertisers that they sell commercial airtime to. The TV shows that you're so addicted to are nothing more than bait to draw in your eyeballs, which they then sell to advertisers who bombard you with ads for their insipid products. So that even they're saying, you know what, we're throwing in commercials even for the services that you pay for. Sure, you can go ahead and pay for your premium channel because you think there won't be any commercials. Well, not anymore. Now there's really, but that's okay. We're going to be stuffing our ears with $100 bills from all of those subscription fees that you're going to keep paying regardless because you're not going to stop. And a similar dynamic has played itself out with other media as well. Human beings are creatures of habit. The thing that's so hard to break about addiction isn't just the withdrawals, but equally insidious is the habit you're self addicted to. Breaking the habit isn't as simple as, well, just concentrate on doing something else for a few weeks. When people make something part of their routine, it also becomes part of their lives. The people who make it their business to aggregate an audience and hold it, they already know this fact. Sadly, most of us like watching TV shows or movies, and I still don't own a landline phone, believe it or not. Am I stuck in the past? Well, at my age, to some degree or another, that's got to be a factor in it. But I disengaged from these things way back in the 90s, and I'm not talking about 97 or 96. I'm talking about in the early 90s. And the truth of the matter happened to be, I just had a distaste for following the crowd. It was just something that I didn't want to do. And as I've grown older and older, it turns out that that was the right choice to make. Yes, you can own a television, but you don't have to be a hand. See, that's how the technocrats figured out how to ensnare you, how to get you to accept things that previously would have been unacceptable. They take whatever they want to chain you to, and they wrap it up in something that seems to be a great convenience. If you were to tell people that you want them to carry a digital tracker on them at all times so that corporations and the government can constantly monitor even who they talk to, and that everybody needs to get one of these things, we're going to mandate it by law, well, the people would immediately say no. There would be riots in the street if you attempt to force that on them. It would require a hell of a value proposition to get people to even remotely consider willingly doing something like that. Who the hell wants to carry a tracking device around with them, can keep tabs on their every move? Who would surrender their right to privacy like that? Well, as it turned out, looks like most people were willing to do exactly that. These white corporations, they put their tracking devices where you are, but also it's a miniature computer that lets you watch TV shows and movies on it. You can play music, play games, record videos, photos, and even help keep track of how many steps you take in a day. Allegedly is to help assist you with your fitness goals, but at the same time, it shows just how accurately these tech companies can track not just where you are, but precisely how many steps it took you to get there. Look, I'm not trying to rain on anyone's parade, but we have to be honest with ourselves. White power didn't make these things accessible to you because it wanted to do you any favors. Malcolm X talked about their opiate of choice, and he told them every time you break the seal on that liquor bottle, that's a government seal you're breaking. Because if they didn't want you to have it, you wouldn't. And the fact that they're making it so readily accessible is the same thing going on with marijuana. They want black folks to start putting cases on you without even having to use breathalyzers. So you can smell it from a mile away. And that's exactly what they've done. Alcohol, they can't really tell if you've drunk too much, unless, of course, you're out on the highway drinking or you're in public. With marijuana, on the other hand, all you need is your nose. And that's the reason why, even though marijuana is supposed to be, quote unquote, legal in so many places, you still disproportionately got black folks being locked up for it anyway. The only way to make something beneficial to the things that white supremacy has put in front of you is you have to force them to do things that they weren't designed to do. A captive market for white media propaganda. When you or your children play video games, those were designed to make some white corporation money. Family, there is absolutely nothing that white power has put in front of you that you're going to die without. And yet, most black people hold on to those things and cling to them and slavishly follow after them as if their lives depend on it. Every time the new sports season starts, the newest iPhone comes out, or that must-see movie debuts, black folks are going to be there in force. And the white corporations handing you these mental chains for you to voluntarily put on, they know it. Hell, they even put it in their marketing. They talk about the new cable dramas or the new book series that they've got as, if you can put people on a treadmill, be it a religious or philosophical laws, those people will choose or otherwise be far less willing to break away from them before their life ends. Or, as we've seen with the boomers, they'll be so old that by the time some of them wise up, already be ready for the funeral. Distraction is a form of control. The most precious thing any amount of work, prayer, study, or exercise can ever get if you're always taking diversions. Part of the evil genius of white supremacy is manufactured wants. Things that these guys are offering you that you didn't even know you were interested in, but they got to find a way to go ahead and make you think that you have to have it anyway. It's the hip new thing, the must-have product. Everybody's watching it. Everybody's doing it. It's gotten to the point now that the line between wants and addiction is less about chemical manipulation of your brain and much more about a combination of habit and environment. When people feel isolated or are disconnected from others, stuck on a treadmill of routine, that's when they become vulnerable to addictive psychological traits. Surround them with productive people, give them edifying things that get them out of their routine. And it's a lot more difficult for them to use distractions and diversions as substitutes for other things that are deficient in our lives or just missing altogether. It becomes a form of self-medication, and that's as bogus as self-policing. Look, if you happen to like this or that TV show or movie or video game or dare I say it yourself, what I am saying is that when you get to the point that you can't do without these things, then there is something wrong with you, and you need to address that. Entertainment is an opiate for the masses. That's how white power uses it. That's why I try to encourage you to look at these things through a racially critical lens. I want that to be a deliberate decision that you make. Not only because it helps to inoculate you against white media propaganda, because a lot of people imitate the stuff that they see in these TVs and movies. They think it's somehow real. But also analyzing this stuff actively, it helps you to disconnect from it. And that's the best way to make sure that you don't get hooked on these things. Yeah, when you see people who are utterly engrossed in this or that particular subculture, or they got this kind of TV show and everybody wants to dress up for it and such, it's very easy to get carried away when you see people getting, well, carried away. But my question is, especially for a people like ourselves who are fighting for our empowerment, is that the way that we're supposed to be going about things? It's one thing to celebrate occasionally. It's one thing to have fun occasionally. But even having fun becomes a problem if you don't do it in moderation. And while I also have absolutely no problem with the idea of Black people owning things, in fact, I think we need to own a lot more, I do also think we need to be mindful of the things that we own. How many of the things that we own did we actually build ourselves? How many of those things were the result of what we looked at and said, we need this? And how many of them were actually things that were handed to us by a white corporation who used lots of slick advertising and probably a couple of celebrity endorsements to get you to think that you need it? And under those circumstances, the things that you own wind up owning you. And family, that is no game. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Cornell Sly, Morris Bodden, Stay Positive, Ronald Waits, and Billionaire 718. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, I'm guilty. I am so guilty, especially when it comes to sports. I'm getting better at it. As far as the lens, I always look through everything through a black lens anyway, so I'm already doing that. And then what else did he say? He said something about time. Time is the most valuable, most unrenewable resource you have. Shout out to Great Black Shark for that. So don't let nobody waste your time, Black family. What are your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, my thoughts are, don't allow corporations, dictate how you should spend money, what things you need to own, especially in this greedy capitalistic country. And nothing has, materially changed. And
Right.
I'll just say, it's
I
time
hear you,
for,
Fresh.
yeah, hey, Fresh. Yeah, yeah, I love sports too, but don't allow gambling, take over, because there are a lot of things, to put money in that's going to grow with interest and pass on wealth. Especially, I would recommend looking into like mutual funds or index funds.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good point, Michael.
yeah, because Professor Black
It's,
too, makes a great point.
it's so easy to get distracted these days, though. And
Oh
people
yeah,
believe what they TV is real, and it's like, nah, this is just not real. But it's become hard to differentiate between the real and the fake. And then, as far as the tracking device, my pops used to always say, he would always leave his phone at home. And I used to be like, why you leave your phone at home? And he's like, because nobody tracking me. So
right.
he used to call the phone a tracking device too. He'd be like, this damn tracking device, I don't want this shit on me.
Right. Because it's like mass surveillance. And, unfortunately, after chattel slavery ended, American corporations cannot seem to get away or can't seem to move past beyond monitoring freedmen. And then it trickles down to other groups of people. I mean, this mass surveillance is crazy just to make money for big corporations.
Right.
I mean, what's there to track people? I mean, that's really, to be honest, is really should be private information.
Yeah, it should be private, but that's what them cookies and all that shit's about.
Yeah.
That's why you gotta opt out if you can. Reject all cookies. When you accept cookies, that means they're tracking you.
Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, it is. I'll say this: in European countries, they have strong laws, uh, preserving privacy when it
Yeah,
comes to
well, you can
yeah
invest
tracking device.
a VPN server.
Hmm.
I like to DuckDuckGo. There's all kinds of browsers you can use that will not allow you to be tracked, so they say. But I still think they're tracking you.
Yeah, it's crazy. I know, like, because I know the internet privacy laws are different in Europe and America, but yeah, but Europe definitely protects against citizens' privacy, like very well. Yeah, America's privacy law, unfortunately, is very weak. But
They want to bombard you with advertisement.
hmm yeah, it's crazy. Too many advertisements, especially on YouTube. I notice because everybody's going. Because most Americans are going online these days, and I notice a lot of advertisements like for 10 minutes. I was like, guys, why for 10 minutes? Why not just put on a TV?
Right. And then they get you with, oh, you gotta have this, you gotta have it. It's the latest thing. Everybody's getting it. And you fall
Yeah, it's
right.
right. It's like, do you really need it when you have like other bills to pay, right? And
Right.
And unfortunately, because this capitalistic system here in America, they want people to spend,
Mm-hmm.
and not realize that you really don't need it. Especially like the phones, right? Like a good example is cell phones. Back then, cell phones would last you at least like 10 years. Today's cell phones will only last you like anywhere from 2 to maybe 5 years,
I've had
and it's
my phone.
ridiculous.
I've had my phone for 3 years.
3 years.
And it's all jacked up.
Yeah, it
I'm so
is. Yeah.
I done dropped this damn phone so many times. I got the damn case for it. It's
Uh-huh.
all beat. Then I got my little government phone. And this phone, it was good up until recently. I dropped it recently, and now the screen's all cracked up.
Oh wow. Oh, I didn't know you have a gov phone. I just thought you have a private cell phone.
So I got the government phone. I got the Text Now phone. It used to
Mhm.
be a T-Mobile Metro by T-Mobile phone.
Right. Yeah, because I have AT&T. Before AT&T, I had Verizon.
Yeah, my government phone was AT&T.
AT&T. So it's like the iPhone or like a flip phone.
No, it's just an Android.
Android. Okay.
It's just a regular Android. I forgot what they call
Yeah.
it. C.
See.
It's
But yeah,
it's a step
anyways,
phone.
yes. But anyways, yeah, corporations. It's interesting how corporations in America, can get away with doing crazy stuff and not being held accountable. But American
Yeah.
citizens, unfortunately, face different. I'm sorry, they face harsher penalties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's jacked up, and that's why these corporations they definitely need to go.
Yeah. Well, this whole country is a corporation. So
Right, exactly. Yeah, and I always notice Mozungus. Whew, I had plenty of conversations with Mozungus before, and I told them that hey, this capitalistic system is not good. There's no way just to. It's not. How do it's not that great to maintain it. It's going to continue to erode people. It's like cancer, right?
mm-hmm.
And then, right, I mean, 2026, which we're in right now, is too late already.
Yeah, we're already in Terminator 2 time.
Right. So probably like Terminator with like 4 already or 5.
No, they were still working on Skynet, but it
Skynet.
should be released any day now.
Mm-hmm.
Because the AI is doing the most. We
Yep.
just covered the AI hacking other systems and all that shit. So it didn't develop its own language that only it can understand. So yeah, it's only a matter of time.
Yep. It's a matter of time, and then Americans are going to realize that hey, it's too late. This problem could have been addressed, immediately. And you know what they say, when people don't go to the doctor in a timely manner, when cancer could have been addressed earlier,
Yep.
it's too late.
Yep. You got to catch it early.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I seen that firsthand with my grandfather.
Yeah.
But
And
moving along.
let's move on. Yep.
We got Fauci, punk ass Fauci. We covered this on Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, but we got some additional stuff to cover in regards to this. So if y'all didn't know, Dr. Anthony Fauci was at a Senate hearing last week getting grilled by Ron Paul about the jabby jab. And he just kept pleading the fifth. He must have pled the fifth about 110 times during that whole 3 hours of testimony. So this next topic is what Fauci knew about the deadly vaccine effects to Black Americans. Because like we were saying that day, we didn't get the jabby jab, but they forced that shit on our people and didn't tell us what the effects of it were going to be. And then we started seeing our people dropping like flies, starting with Hank Aaron. Hank Aaron got the vaccine, and then he dropped. And after that, several other Black people dropped. And it was all bad because before that, we were like, this is only a white people disease. And then Hank Aaron got the jabby jab and passed away. And then it was just a domino effect from there. So our brother Water God TV is going to give us an update on that.
Dr. Fauci knew this was disproportionately killing Black people.
That's what the man said. What does that mean? 2.7 times more often per capita than white America. That's what that means.
Operation Paperclip started in 1945. A bunch of spicy German scientists were snuck into the U.S. and distributed out. Germans weren't the only ones that were snuck in. Those Germans' opponents were quietly brought into historically Black colleges, mostly professors and teachers. Rescued professors were brought to historically Black colleges and universities. The quiet but remarkable role the Black colleges made for humanity.
Might have to drop a dime on them. Sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
Dr. Fauci, Stephen A. Smith, and the attack on Black men. Okay, a lot of people think that this jab, the vaccine was just, it was just, for everybody's health, but I'm going to show proof in this video that this, if you look at the statistics, right, of who was video out 2 years ago, after we play this clip, I'm going to show you. And it showed, in the video, I said that Dr. Fauci's, and it went to family members, how he got the money. It was a very shrewd way how they finessed it, right? But the most people that was affected was Black men. That was the one who had blood clots. That was the one who, had the problems when they got the jab. And I went on and said, and there wasn't a lot of people watching me there 2 years ago. The video only got like 11 views. But I was saying that Black men was the target. And I'm going to show y'all proof. We have been the target since they started bringing over these scientists from Germany and putting them in Black schools. I'm going to show y'all a clip of that. But without further ado, I ain't going to hold y'all. This is what Stephen A. Smith is apologizing to Kyrie Irving for him not taking the jab. Now, we know he gets paid to do this. He gets paid to influence Black men to do what they need them to do. So the apology don't mean nothing. But I'm going to show y'all that even Black men, we don't want you speaking to our people. Let's leave it to the guys that are independent entrepreneurs that's trying to build their own structure and build the community. This ain't a knock to anybody if you feel like you're working for an establishment. It's not about that, because there's a lot of people on code and they still work for these establishments. But to go out here and talk to our people and feel like you're going to tell them what we need to do and what we don't need to do, we need this coming from an independent source that has no tie going up too much. But subscribe, like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Let's get it.
Kyrie Irving, I can't apologize strongly enough. I didn't want to take the vaccine, but I took it. Millions of other people didn't want to take the vaccine, but we took it. Why? Because there was a mandate that was handed down. And if we weren't willing to meet that mandate, our jobs, our livelihoods.
But our point is, you guys act like you're so smart and you understand the history. What we had to scare. We had a lot of on our Black people that were being radiation experience. Check. This is how you're going to be an experiment. I'm going to play the clip where y'all check this out.
If not compromised in a very significant way, would be completely stripped from us. But there were others who had the courage to say, bump that. And one of those people at the forefront was Kyrie Irving. I bring his name up because I had my issues, never as a player, because he's sensational. But with him, in terms of leadership, and I didn't look at it as being courageous. I looked at it as being selfish. And I watched Dr. Fauci on Capitol Hill yesterday. And the person I thought about most was Kyrie Irving.
Now, y'all check out this history on jabs and everything that's done in the healthcare field when it has to do with Black people. Check this out.
Black people, we need to talk. More specifically, the ones in America. I just want to always go back to the whip and chains. Like that's the hardest part of y'all's history. Or is it because it's not history? No, the thing I'm about to talk about, you're still feeling the effects of it today. Fine, you know what? I'll tell them. Or maybe people don't know because it's the Black history instead of American history. Every major, y'all took the grunt of it. Operation Paperclip started in 1945. A bunch of spicy scientists were those Germans' opponents were quietly brought into historically black colleges, mostly professors and teachers. Rescued professors were brought to historically black colleges and universities. The quiet but remarkable role the black colleges made for humanity. And with the obvious trauma bond going on there, so shortly after their arrival, the civil rights movement kicked off. But not that they were disaligned it. Really, with the schools, what was on in America was a small part of the Manhattan Project. The biggest part was the human radiation experiments.
The United States government actually did carry out on our citizens experiments involving radiation.
Yeah, but who took the grunt of it? The ones done to the kids in that all-black school in Indiana. Or the prominent
sprayed a chemical that contained cadmium, a known carcinogen, on a neighborhood of more than 10,000 people.
They even did it to the soul. After the movement kicked off, Einstein, Edward Teller, all the same color as this article, blue and white. Future allies. No, let's talk about that. Well, we started here, remember? Operation Paperclip, 1945. And I'm sure most of us all have a small idea what secret mind control experiments MK Ultra is, right?
Okay, secret mind control experiments are back in the spotlight. Newly released documents reveal details about MK Ultra, a 1950s program using LSD and hypnosis to study behavior control.
Now, this exact technique is a continuation of something the spicy Germans already did. Which, when it came to the experiments, just like in the Manhattan Project, Black Americans were uniquely exploited during the first wave of psychedelic research. In Kentucky, 14% of the population there took 66% of the experiments that happened. So not only are you using the techniques of the bad people you brought over here, but now you're using those same techniques and you're also working with these same bad scientists. And then the man in charge of the whole thing is supposed to be the opponent to these scientists? Right. Starting to sound a whole lot like you just brought your buddies over to help you finish a job. And you latched on to the one group that would actually show you some sympathy. But maybe that's just me. Now stay safe.
Dr. Fauci knew this was disproportionately killing black people.
That's what the man said. What does that mean? Well, that means that black people, like you, the listener, died at a rate 2.7 times more often per capita than white America. That's what that means. And ask yourself, did your Democrat leader tell you otherwise? Did they tell you what was happening? They remained silent, didn't they? We were dying at an age-adjusted per capita rate of approximately 2.7 times that of white America. 2.7 times. And while our families were grieving, while our churches were burying people, while entire neighborhoods were being hollowed out on the east side of Buffalo, Democrat leaders, where were they? They spoke about masks. They spoke about vaccines. They spoke about shutdowns. They spoke about equity. But I didn't hear anything about the F8A2 or the F8A3 Lochi. Nothing about the public research. Nothing about whether these biological differences could help explain why blacks were suffering at such a grotesquely disproportionate rate per capita. There was nothing demanding population-specific investigations. Literally nothing. Nothing demanding that Dr. Fauci, the NIH, the CDC, or anyone else who could explain what was being done specifically for this group of people. They had all the microphones. They had the press conferences. They had the political power. They had access. They had published papers, and they said nothing. They just let them black folks die. I lost a young man, Veltri. I'll never forget the young man. A young man, not even 35 yet, lost. Don't tell me this is about politics. This is personal to me. This is my grief. This is what you call righteous anger, directed at the people who repeatedly claimed to speak for Black Americans, yet apparently never asked one of the most urgent scientific questions that were confronting us at the time. What did the F8A2 and F8A3 findings mean? Who investigated them? Who demanded answers? Who warned the community? Why did the local Black Democrats, Black Democrat leadership, remain publicly silent about it? As a matter of fact, you might find some that don't know what it means now. What that mean? Black America deserves more than ceremonial concern after the funerals. We deserve the research. We deserve the names of the people who knew. We deserve to know why these politicians who constantly invoke our suffering never appeared to demand answers about the biological research sitting directly in front of them. Their silence was not leadership. Their silence was abandonment. They abandoned you, Mr. and Mrs. Black person. Yeah, that's right. The Black Democrat leader abandoned you while you were at Big Mama's funeral. While you were trying to find out why someone that you love died. They stayed silent, wagged their head. And you're just gonna sit there and let that happen?
Okay, so y'all see, I did a video on Dr. Fauci about, it was 2 years ago. Okay, they wasn't letting me get no views back then. They had a little shadow ban on me because I was going hard on the, on the higher ups for real. But the video said how Dr. Fauci buried public trust in the experts with $710 million in royalties. So he was able to siphon $710 million in royalties behind all of this. And I'm sure Stephen A. Smith got paid. Everybody got paid, in my opinion. Everybody got paid. But the point is, if y'all seen that clip, it has been Black men that has been the target of all of these experiments, anything that has to do with, putting something in your body, as we've seen what history shows that. So we just got to be very smart and careful out here that we are the head. They know that when it comes to us, we're trying to dominate. We're trying to take back what's ours. We're trying to take over. And that's a gene. That's something spiritual. And it's like a gene that's in us that will never go away. And they have to put all of these psyop after psyop after psyop to slow us down. We're not really putting the history and plugging this together that this has been going on, and attack on Black men has been going on for a long time, and we got to be aware to know how to move. Now they're just trying to take out our masculinity because they know that's a very important trait that we got that's a definitely takeover, okay? It's more spiritual now. A lot of our guys working out, we're more physically dominant, mentally dominant than, other cultures and races. It's just what it is. So we're going to keep standing on our FBA business, man, and not trying to let nobody that's getting paid from these big institutions and try to tell us or influence us. We got to know who the guys is that's standing on real FBA business, and we need to let them speak because the narrative is going to be completely changed when we see how the people from higher up speaking. So, yeah, I just want to thank everybody who's been supporting the channel and, who've been liking, commenting, and subscribing, always tapping into the live. I love and appreciate y'all, man. I don't know how I would get to this point without a lot of my supporters. One thing we're trying to put together for y'all to help us and support, man. We got a lot more things we're trying to do to definitely get our message in the forefront of the news and media so we can really have a hold on how we feel and how we pushing out news. So I appreciate, the Bruce Warners, the Sergeant Kings, the Don Jeters, the Shabazz, the Yaya Kids, man, Teresa Henderson, everybody who's a member that's been pushing this. Y'all don't know how much this mean to me. I'm not going to take it for granted. We got a lot more coming what we're trying to put together. Definitely with some Black businesses and with us as a whole, okay? Doing what we have to do to keep the money in our community. So, man, I love and appreciate y'all. I'm going to be going live tonight, man. Make sure y'all tap into that. We're trying to get more things, more scores on the scoreboard. So I appreciate and love y'all. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide spaces for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of it. That's from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed.
All right. Thank you, Water God, for that update. Yeah, everything I've been saying, we were saying about that jabby jab was proven true in that clip. Like they went out their way to shadow ban us, and every time we spoke out about it, they said, "Oh, that's disinformation and misinformation." They struck our channel, took several of our YouTube channels down, several of our Facebook pages down, Twitter pages down, you name it, Instagram pages. Anybody that was speaking against this jab, they were gunning for us. And now we can see we were right. Right all along that they were trying to kill us. We said it then, I'm still saying it now. But back then, it was disinformation and misinformation. What are your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, my thoughts are, this is like nothing new. You know what I mean? It's been this is a trend that is exacerbating the pre-existing condition for foundational Black Americans, and these medical experiments, only have been tested on foundational Black Americans, except for white people, right? Regardless of education level, socioeconomic status, and health, right? And they always need foundational Black Americans, for economic reasons, and especially when medical researchers, especially like the racist ones, use that to, they know that Black people have good, that foundational Black Americans have good genes, and try to use those good genes to help to elevate white people. And unfortunately, it's kind of like, exploiting foundational Black Americans' body parts for financial gain. And yeah,
Just like they did for slavery.
Yep,
Same
slavery,
thing they did during.
Yep, same thing. And this also proves the point when Bill Clinton apologized for the Tuskegee experiment. He did not compensate those victims who were disproportionately FBAs.
Yeah. Exactly, Michael. Yeah.
Yep.
And be compensated for that too, because they went out their way. They was messing with us, playing with people's livelihood. Talking about you got to get the jab to keep your job and all this crazy. You needed it to work. You needed it to travel. You needed it for just about everything. And we said to hell no, we're not getting that shit. We don't know we don't know what the hell's going on with that. You're not using us as guinea pigs anymore.
Guinea pigs,
or
right.
Now the
And also the
school
right.
all that stuff. And every
also
time
the
we said it,
experiment is not right. Also, the experiment itself is probably like not deemed valid or safe. You know what I mean? Because we don't know what kind of chemicals the researchers have manufactured in those vaccines, and they have not been tested, among different groups of people.
right?
And
They wanted us to do the trial run, and it's like no. I remember
Right.
seeing lines of my people on the block to get that damn jab. I said, nope, not getting it. Every time I went to the doctor, they said, you need to get this. I said, nope, I'm cool. I'm good on it. My mom's a nurse. She was trying to get me to get it too. I said, nope, I'm good on that.
Right. Yeah. And even like when COVID-19 hit, thank God I did not, I was blessed I didn't get COVID. Why? Because I pretty much didn't show up to work like almost every day. Called like I would like I would like call out every other week.
Yeah, you're the lucky one because I got that shit twice. Both
Twice.
times it came from Lady
Right.
Che had got it from someone else and gave it to me. I had that shit twice.
Yeah. But I'm saying I used to work at the hospital, but thank God I didn't get it because I called out sick every other week to avoid contact.
Yeah.
And I remember
Smart.
my manager, my assistant nurse manager had an issue with me not wearing a mask because I'm like, I'm good. You know, why do I need to wear a mask? And plus, I couldn't breathe wearing a mask.
Right.
Yeah. And my assistant manager reported me.
I did like the 6 feet rule though.
The social distancing. Yeah, I like that too. Yes. But can you imagine? Oh my gosh, I'm sure you witnessed the Karens. Becky started to
Crazy.
yeah,
Going
crazy
nuts.
over like social distancing, wearing a mask, and it was crazy. Do you remember in the videos when the Karens wanted to be seated at a restaurant? The hostess said, Karen, if you want to be seated at the table, you need to practice either social distancing, wear a mask, or get vaccinated. And the Karen's like, you're violating my civil rights, which I thought was
Yeah, I
hilarious.
remember. My body, my choice, and all that. Yep, I remember that.
Yeah,
I
what
remember
was your
going to the grocery
reaction?
store. No white privilege today.
Mm-hmm.
That was my
Oh, go ahead. You
reaction.
said
No white privilege today.
right. You said you went to the grocery store during the
I remember going to
pandemic.
the shelves be damn near empty.
Mm-hmm.
I took all the damn toilet paper. I took all the cleaning supplies. I took all the food. Like that shit was crazy. Yeah, I remember all of that. I think that
Oh
was just
wow.
a trial run.
Try one.
And then they did the lockdowns and all that. While the
Oh
damn mayor of my city ended up going to goddamn Mississippi to see his daughter after he told us all to stay home.
right. And he violated like pandemic orders.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Whew.
Yeah, so it's all a trial run to see how people will react, and
Yep.
it was crazy.
And crazy. And we know that the Karens grads did not respond very well, to the mandates, especially social distancing.
Yeah, especially washing your ass. That's the thing that really pissed them off.
Mm-hmm.
Because they could say you need to wash your hands, you need to wash your body, you need to wash yourself. They don't like
Right.
to do that. They bathe once a month at best.
Yep. During the pandemic, did you have encounters with the Karens when they got very bold? They tried to police you from, hey, where's your like ID, your vaccine card, mask?
No, the only time I had to deal with that type of shit was at work. When I
Oh,
was
at
at
work.
the Frito-Lay,
Mm-hmm.
and they used to screen us for the COVID.
Wow. Phil Scott's like, we need to go back to the pandemic where
But
people stayed. Nah, because Phil Scott feels like when pandemic
breaking up, I
happened,
don't know.
right? Huh? Oh, I
You're
was saying, yeah,
breaking up. I don't know if it's on your end or my end,
yeah.
but you're
I
like
was just saying,
coming in.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, I think some technical difficulties. It's probably going in and out by accident. But yeah, I was saying that Phil Scott said he wants to go back to the pandemic era where you don't see too many people driving on the road. Also reduced racial profiling for FBAs.
Yeah, I don't want to go back to that shit.
That's it.
That was ridiculous. Some lockdown.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
just too
What is
much like military. What's it
control?
called? Draconian. It's too draconian.
Too draconian. Because my question is why does Phil Scott want to go back to the lockdowns from an FBA perspective?
I don't know, Michael. You have to ask him yourself. I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
want to go back to that shit.
Right. Yeah, say that to
I
Phil
like being
Scott.
like come and go as I please.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I don't like that kind of. That's just
Mm-hmm.
too much control over people.
Yeah. But I know your uncle Phil. He loves that so much.
Yeah, I don't agree with everything Uncle Phil says, but
Mm-hmm.
when he's right, he's right.
Right.
And this is one thing in particular I do not agree with. Like, no, we don't need to go back to that shit.
Mm-hmm.
We've
I
done
guess
with enough
because
of that for years.
yeah, I guess because Phil's trying to say that he's trying to save his he's trying to like save his brothers and sisters from hostility from the Beckys and Karens during the COVID-19 era.
They were the main ones that was telling us to put on a mask and all that shit.
Right. Oh my gosh, I gotta tell you, it's so funny on the airplane. The Karen and Brad got into with each other on the airplane, and so Brad ordered so Brad ordered his food on the airplane, right? And Karen's like, "Hey, Brad, you're not supposed to take off your mask while eating." And Brad's like, "Oh, ma'am, how am I supposed to eat my food if I leave my
Right.
mask on?" And
Exactly.
and guess what the Karen did? She threw a punch at Brad first, and what did
Ooh.
Brad do? So Brad had to defend himself, and
Yeah,
so
he
it brought
clocked.
yep. And it brought two flight attendants. So two flight attendants intervened immediately.
Oh yeah,
And
I remember.
Karen,
There
yeah,
was all
and
kinds
Karen,
of like planes during that time
yeah,
behind that.
oof, it was crazy. And I was like, wow, I've never seen anything so crazy on an airplane, never until now.
Yeah, it was that brought out the worst in people for real.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
And
so moving on
yeah,
because I'm kind of pressed for time now.
sir,
Thank you for holding it down while I was tending to my laundry.
oh
So
yeah, you're
this
welcome.
this already happened, but this was right before it happened. The Northeast flood alert, 8 inches of rain forecast. That already happened like a week ago. I had put this on Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. So I was trying to finish out the topics from Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. So this is the last topic from Shabaka and the Chase, and then everything else is newly updated news. So Lisa Cabrera is going to give us an update on this. And we have Big E in the building. I don't know. I'm having technical difficulties. I think it's the hot spot. It might be the heat.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12
Shout out to the 6.
Shalom, family. Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. Some of you might have heard about the storms that are coming, and actually, there was one about 24 hours ago, and it dumped a lot of rain up here in the Northeast. And yes, there were a lot of places that flooded. Well, there's another one coming, and they're saying it can dump up to 8 inches of rain in like a short period of time. And they said this storm is not going to move. It's literally going to lock in over here on the East Coast and just dump inches and inches of rain on us. So, y'all, I tell you what, the weather is real. Between the heat waves and the floods, and it has been, the storms have been fierce for real. And this one looked like it's going to be pretty bad. Not looking forward to it, but it's definitely coming. So we're going to look at some of the areas. Some of it is in New Hampshire, Connecticut, in New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. And it's going to be most of the Northeast is going to be hit the hardest. Vermont, I saw Vermont, and some of the areas that we don't really have are going to be hit the hardest. So let me. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Yeah.
Deadly storms now battering the Northeast. More than 50 million at risk for rain and flash flooding. It's unleashing a nightmare chain reaction of airport backlogs at the peak of summer travel season. And it's all part of the system that pounded the Midwest. Take a look at this driver reversing as power poles and trees snap on both sides of the road. We speak to survivors. Our teams are still tracking it all, but we start with Lilia Luciano at Newark Airport. Lilia, the foul weather hasn't hit.
That's right, Matt. I mean, as you look around over here, there's no rain. There's barely any wind yet. But what it means for an airport when there is thunder, when there is lightning, is that there has to be a ground stop. No flights can take off or land. That is not the case at this moment. It was the case earlier this afternoon. This weather system that's still passing through has canceled more than 1,000 flights, and that's here in New York City, or the New York, hammering the tri-state area. The storm wreaking havoc in western Pennsylvania as it pushes east. Parts of New Jersey are now under a flash flood warning, and forcing farmers in that state to move their herd of goats to higher ground. Farther, Bennington, Vermont is underwater. Crews pushed this planes led to flooded streets. And at Newark Liberty International Airport, the severe weather is leading to congestion on the roadways and delays at the terminals.
We're on standby. I'm not very optimistic.
At least 7 ground stops in the east. And that means travelers like Noah Progeny are missing more than a flight. He is missing out on precious family time.
That's what happened to us. Our flight got canceled, and I didn't like it. I miss my dad.
Last we heard, Noah's flight was pushed till Thursday, but good news for Noah, he's not alone. Matt?
All right, Lilia, thanks. Let's get right to CBS meteorologist Rob Marciano, tracking it all as usual. Rob.
Today, this is the same system that hit Wisconsin. We've got flash flood warnings just across the river from Manhattan and active tornado warnings as well from Pennsylvania to Delaware all the way back through Virginia. So let's get to the radar, which is lit up again. And then some of this is very heavy rain, includes all the eastern Tennessee coast, but that upper low and surface low across the Northeast hangs around. So we'll see heavy downpours persist into Thursday. So beyond the severe weather, 1 to 3 inches of widespread rainfall over the next couple of days, and maybe up to 6 inches in some of the mountainous areas. That could cause some flash flooding across New England. The other big story, of course, is the heat. We've got heat warnings and advisories up for pretty much the southern half of the country. That will persist, but the most impactful weather will be across the Northeast in the next 36 hours.
And Rob, we are sure you will have eyes on it. Thank you.
Torrential rains flooding highways in eastern Pennsylvania, forcing police to block traffic miles northwest of Philadelphia, nearly 24 people in northern New Jersey after floodwaters rose to the height of car tires. The storm also delivering powerful winds crashing onto homes.
Literally, we thought it was a hurricane, and all of a sudden, the whole tree just came down.
In Washington, D.C., wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour took down large tree limbs, blocking roads there, and tipped over this gas station canopy. The severe weather stretching up and down the East Coast. 2,000 flight cancellations at major airports, including Newark and Boston. It's the same system that brought a devastating tornado with winds peaking near 140 miles an hour in Menasha, Wisconsin, just outside Green Bay. Jason Allen saw the violent aftermath firsthand.
In a storm like this, people would go down to their basements to take shelter, but not even the basement was a safe place to be.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know how. I mean, I look at how far this house dropped.
Carla Williamson was trapped in her basement while the twister destroyed part of her house Monday, collapsing around her.
You could just hear things breaking and it felt and sounded like the top floor.
Samara Theodore here. So the story is the rain, but the plot really thickens when we talk about how fast this rain is going to be coming down. We're talking 2 to 3 inches per hour. That has prompted the National Weather Service to issue a level 3 out of 4 when it comes to flash flooding. That's a moderate risk. Who's going to see this? Well, I'm talking to New Jersey, New York, upstate New York, parts of eastern Pennsylvania, and even Long Island. Don't get me wrong. I know we're not new to this. We're true to this. We actually just saw some rain not too long ago, but with grounds already saturated, more rain coming in, this could pose a real problem. Make sure you have the alerts on. Be prepared. Timing on this. It's going to be running through the remainder of your day. Stay safe, everyone.
An unusually strong storm system will get stuck across the Northeast this week, bringing flood threats for major metros across the busy I-95 corridor. This setup, with an intense but slow-moving storm basically stalling over the Northeast, is normally something we see in wintertime, the kind that brings blockbuster winter storms to the region. But now, with the dog days of summer providing so much heat and humidity in the air, we're on the lookout for flooding. And it'll come in 2 different varieties over the next several days. Downpours and strong thunderstorms. We expect those in the afternoon and evening hours on Tuesday into Wednesday morning. These are the 1 to 2 quick inches that can come in a single hour, quickly overpowering urban infrastructure and drainage, capable of sweeping away cars from flooded roads. But we could also be dealing with more widespread flooding as we get this slow-moving storm system bringing round after round of rainfall every day this week, piling up 4 to 6 inches, more than a month's worth of rain in just the next 3 days over the Northeast and New England.
Listen to that rain coming on down. We have felt it in Florida. We've felt it in the plains. We have felt it in the Northeast. Multiple zones that we're tracking flooding. But let's focus on the Northeast because we still have 3 million Americans just in the Northeast alone dealing with this flood threat. So the last 24 hours, a lot of reports of flooding across multiple states. We also had tornado warnings in West Virginia yesterday morning. But the New York City area had a lot of aggressive communication about this flood potential. And unfortunately, it all panned out. We had major interstates that were shut down. So this is a report that came in from Orange, New Jersey. That's probably about 45 minutes completely closed, all lanes. You're talking about major interstate completely closed because of flooding. They also had to evacuate more than 10 residents because of basement flooding on the border of PA and New Jersey. So these are real scary realities where that evacuation happened in possibly 8 inches of rain.
Man.
So a lot of that happened in like a 6-hour window.
Yeah, level 3 to include places like Philly, because we knew a lot of this was going to happen. This morning, you can see one area of low pressure just south of Long Island, right there. The British is highlighting it. Parent low up to the north, and guess what? That southerly flow is still bringing a lot of rain up into New England, as well as portions of the Northeast into higher terrain. And we've got a number of flash flood warnings. I look up at the board extending from New York all the way through Connecticut, of course. And you've got some elevation to deal with some of these storms.
Yeah. For folks that live in PA and New Jersey concerned after their day yesterday, the New York Thruway, Albany, a flash flood warning zone this morning. It's going to be really tough. We also have a new flash flood warning that is igniting for parts of Connecticut, Bridgeport, Connecticut included in that. So that's kind of showing that focus, right? It's shifting into New England. So Connecticut, Massachusetts, those will be hard hit states today. Right now, I live in the New York through a very real threat for the commuters.
Yeah, and look what's fallen over the past 12 hours as it slowly has been moving just to the east just a little bit. Lots and lots of yellow, 2 to 3 inches of rain. We also have some higher totals right smack in the middle of that, maybe 3 to 5, and some of these rainfall rates have been very impressive, up to 2 inches per hour in some cases. So a lot of you getting ready to hit the road this morning. If it's not coming down because you probably heard it in the morning hours, it's still standing on a lot of the roads here.
They've made some adjustments to the flood watches, and this speaks to the direction that the forecast is going. Remember how we said Massachusetts, Connecticut, big impacts for today. So you can see that in what the National Weather Service is releasing this morning. Do keep in mind areas of elevation in the potential rain here outside multiple spots that do get 7-8 inches of rain today. And that's what we saw yesterday in PA and New Jersey. So for New Englanders, you saw this, it's going to get tougher as the day progresses. If you have an ability to stay close to home, I certainly recommend that. Flights in and out of Boston Logan will struggle because it's not just rain, it will be breezy as well.
Yeah, for sure. Look at that commute home, by the way. If that pans out 5 o'clock, you're right in it, Boston.
All right. Well, it's about to get ugly. Yes, it is over these next few days. So, y'all, just be ready for anything. I can deal with the heavy rain. I just pray go out. The humidity today, when you step outside, the humidity is very heavy. It is probably more than likely either in the 90% range or even 100%. It is very heavy outside. So, y'all, if you are in the Northeast, stay safe for real, especially over these next few days.
Y'all, West, stay cool.
How
to say it,
no, I'm sorry. Mahaya. I think that's Matahaya 717. Thank you for the 2 Jules Silver Star, and Yasserel Asariel Yasserel. Thank you for the 10 Jules. Matahaya. Thank you for the 2 Jules Sparkles. Matahaya. Thank you again for the 6 Jules. And I think you said chili. Matahaya. Thank you for the 2 Jules Sparkles. Okay, and I saw Yasserel. Thank you. I think that's GLHF. Ashal Yasserel, Floating Heart, Mata Haya. Thank you for the 2 jewels, Sparkles. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support for my channel. It is deeply, deeply appreciated. That's Yehuda Hashini. Thank you so much for the super sticker. So y'all, like I said, be careful out there. You know, I know people have to go to work and you're out and about. I just pray nobody gets caught up in a flood, because what they're describing, this rain is going to come down hard and fast, and the inches are going to accumulate right away. So be careful wherever you go during these next few days. Be very careful. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll be on the lookout for my videos tomorrow. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. So yeah, that was like a week ago. Michael can tell you because he's in the Northeast. How was the storm, Michael? How did you weather the storm?
The storm yesterday, it rained pretty heavily.
Go ahead.
But I didn't see any floods. But it was like 96, 98 degrees. Yeah, so it's really the effects of, Oh, go ahead, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say.
was saying, how was the storm?
Yeah, the storm, no storm, but it's heavy rain. But I did remember we had a storm, I think, a couple days ago, but didn't see any floods in that area because I was mostly inside the house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the changes in temperature and weather patterns. Yeah, this is something that Muzungus, have you responsible for, and you definitely got to clean up this mess.
Yeah, it's gonna take at least 20 years, Michael.
Yeah,
it can be done.
I mean, it can be done, no doubt. Yeah, it's time, right?
Weather report on this, I was like, damn, that's a lot of rain, and I seen a lot of flooding in New York. New York got flooded really bad. And, Boston too.
That's Sabby's home state, Boston, Massachusetts.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, Sabby's. Yeah, so now we got heat and wildfires out west. There's a big wildfire outside of Spokane, our brother Uptight mentioned. So yeah, stay cool if you're out west, and stay dry if you're out east. I think I got another storm heading your way, Michael.
Like the storm, like by tomorrow or by early this morning?
Sometime this week.
This week.
Because this ridge is moving. There's a cold front coming through the Pacific Northwest right now. It's gonna cool us back off into the 80s, but not until we have to deal with 100 degrees again tomorrow.
Oh, man, that's crazy, because I know you told me that Colorado is pretty much very cold, especially Denver.
Well, our all-time record's 105, and every time it hits 105, the power goes out.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Yeah, because I remember Lady Shay told me that she had to be careful about how much electricity or energy she would use, especially cooking.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's very dangerous when that happens. All right, so moving along, we got the dump. His FBI wants AI to predict crimes before they happen. Here's the plan. Sounds like a movie that most of us have seen, called Minority Report, in real time. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that as well.
Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, family. You know, y'all, I am sorry. My aunt's funeral is tomorrow, and I got hit with an avalanche of family members that showed up. So that's why I was not on time. And I thank you for bearing with me. So y'all, we're going to talk about something that I'm surprised a lot of people miss. And Donald Trump intends to use AI to see us and predict ahead what type of crime we would commit. And yes, you would get arrested, even if no crime happened. So you could be walking down the street and the AI captures you walking down the street and say, oh, they're about to go down there and steal a car. It's predicting what you're going to do. My objection is we have always been the most targeted people in the world when it comes down to law enforcement. And, you know, AI works depending on who is, you know, engineering the software. And of course, if you got a racist engineering the software, then we become target number one, and the people that look like them get ignored. And I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. And they want to put this thing out. So we're going to be targeted. Our men, our children are going to be target number one. And like I said, you don't have to commit any crime. But if it predicts that you're going to go rob a store, then they're going to come for you. I think this is a stupid concept. I think the people that should be getting locked up will be ignored. And the people, we already got the biggest exoneration, you know, are men. It's some women, but primarily are men. Now you're about to make a whole industry out of wrong for to keep that prison, slavery, labor is alive and well. It's been alive and well the entire time, y'all. Now they use it on the inmates, and now the newest is inmates in the ICE detention centers. They got to work $1 a day. They're doing the farming. They're doing all types of, because you know, white people don't like manual labor. That's all. So at the end of the day, y'all, America is still very much about slavery. And I think this is another form of slave catching, using the AI to predict you're going to commit a crime. That is that is absolutely outrageous. I said it's going to get to the point where nobody's going to go out on the streets. You know, our people have largely stayed out of all the protests and everything. So we done got used to not being out there like we were before. We're still out there, but we're pretty much doing, conducting. So this is going to be absolutely crazy when it's fully implemented, because they definitely want to do it. But we also know it's not going to come without getting hit with all kinds of lawsuits. I don't trust nothing coming from this government. This government has done us rotten many times before in the past and present. This government don't mean us anything but bad things upon us. That's the only thing this government has shown us. And this is just another thing they're going to use and we're going to be the biggest target of it. You know, despite the fact that these folks have massacred millions around the world, they try to label us as the most violent. It is the most insane thing ever. It really, truly is. But no, I don't trust nothing coming from Trump, because Trump already showed his hand, especially after trying to go around and take all of our history downtown. Make the white kids feel the, get out of here with that crap. You know, the bottom line is history cannot be changed. I don't care what you take down, what you try to hide, what you try to close, who you try to fire. It can't be changed. If you got an ugly legacy that you're not proud of, that is your problem. That is your problem. So, LaMonica Durham, thank you for the 440 joules, Uncle Alert. And E. Worrell, thank you for the 440 joules, Uncle Alert. Thank you so much for your support for my channel. I deeply appreciate it. Okay, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen, because this is, you know, going to be a major disaster. And I want you to also keep in mind all of our people being detained at airports over, you know, being screened, and it mainly targeted us. Don't forget that. It mainly targeted us going through airports, and all of a sudden we get identified as criminals, and the software misidentify us. They never did fix that, y'all. They never fixed that, and they're not going to fix it. And when this thing does the same thing, it's not going to be fixed. So, let's get it on if you can see my screen. Yeah, he needs to use it on government employees, because I know many of them, especially Donald Trump, is a criminal. Y'all know he got more indictments on him. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow. Donald Trump got more indictments. So we know he already had 34. Well, he's getting more indictments, y'all. And this time it's coming out of Georgia for, you know, the voting fraud that he was committing. Yeah, he's getting hit with more indictments. Thank you for the ones, y'all.
Literally actually arresting us for pre-crime. The FBI is using AI to flag threats for pre-crime and arresting people. That's their goal. And its focus now is on broadly defined threats, including anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, race, gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. Morality. The anti-morality has me in stitches, because what do you mean anti-morality? What is that? So anybody who's divorced? Because that's a whole lot of Republicans. But yeah, they're going to mine your data and see if you are going to think about committing crimes, and then they're going to probably arrest you. They say they're using this for the terrorist watch list, but it looks like they're doing a lot of domestic stuff, because it's really foreign citizens that are on the list. But that's changing. This is absolutely, outstandingly insane. The Minority Report is reality. The precogs, man, they're here. Anyway, let me know what you think about this. Do you think this is an overreach of government? Predicting your thoughts? Let me know what you think, because I'm tired. Anyway, follow for me for more. Sound off in my comments and link to my Substack in my bio. Go follow for my daily newsletter, and I'll talk to you a little bit. Okay, love you, bye.
Newly revealed documents show that Trump's administration is trying to develop an AI pre-crime tool at the FBI. So essentially an AI tool that will then flag people for possibly committing a crime in the future that they haven't even committed yet. so then the government has a right to do surveillance on American citizens. Think of the movie Minority Report, right? It's pretty much very similar as what they're trying to do here. And also Trump's administration a few months ago, they designated people according to their own White House directive NSPM 7 if they display signs of being anti-capitalist or also pro-immigrant, similar views as possibly domestic terrorist, right? And, those were seen as forms of extremism by this administration. So who's to say that this AI pre-crime tool will not flag people, right, as displaying left-wing views as, a way to give the government the right to do surveillance on them, right? And I'm also telling you right now that in my own opinion, I'm confidently believing this, and I will this has nothing to do with you with giving the government do area or displaying signs of it. They will try to use their own AI tool as a way to justify them doing this. Edward Snowden tried to warn people about the expansion of the surveillance state for many years now at this point, and unfortunately, not enough people listened, and members from both parties even tried to arrest him for speaking the truth and exposing how much illegal and unconstitutional government surveillance our own government will do on innocent American citizens. And now it looks like it's becoming even more of a reality.
Heads up to Trump policing. The goal is simple: leverage our data onto presidents to predict crimes before they happen. And this is setting off alarm bells because pre-crime policing could lead to individuals being targeted and their rights being stripped. First reported by Reason, the Trump administration is now seeking AI tools to flag Americans before they take action. And the office that's doing this is the FBI office responsible for maintaining the terrorist watch list. In this second Trump administration, the terrorist screening expanded the, quote, Christianity threats, anti-capitalism threats, anti-Americanism, extremism on migration, race, and gender, and, quote, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. Well, that's very broad. People need to know what's happening, spread the word, follow for more.
Is to determine people who will do crimes before they commit them. Combining this with the legal structure the Trump regime has set up over the past year, American system as left-wing terrorism, and instructing our national security apparatus, that means FBI all the way down to the local police departments near you, to enforce pre-crime before it happens. This all started under the Biden regime when Israel used their massive influence over our government to criminalize our brave young people and human beings who were standing against the genocide that we are still being forced to fund. This has been expanded. U.S. policy openly writes right now about this pre-crime enforcement, that it has been their goal to list critical ideologies of America and Israel, or of data centers, or of billionaires, of big tech. Any of these things will land you on a watch list now. A watch list that they're trying to criminalize as terrorism and then jail the people on those watch lists before they commit these crimes. Maybe you live in Utah and you're looking at Kevin O'Leary, the billionaire who wants to build a AI data center in the northern part of your state that takes up more space time. And you say you don't want conditions. You're not an subject to pre-crime regulation. Upset that is using your American tuition to buy Israeli war bonds. Now, instead of just being simply expelled or smeared in the media, they're going to try to jail you. Maybe you're a patriotic American sick at the expansion of the surveillance dragnet over all of our communities. They're putting flock safety cameras all over your town. Some of them are looking into playgrounds. You decide you have the and the to do something about it because these politicians are never going to stop the surveillance state, and you chop that shit down as it should be. Now you're on a watch list. Now the police are not on your door. They're going to try to jail you. The truth is that you would be arrested before you opened your mouth to protest your tuition, before you knocked down that flock safety camera, before you spoke out against that data center. That is the future of the West. That is the future under the billionaire class ruling our country. We must organize together as a working class movement to overthrow the current small circle of pedophile elites ruining our lives and the lives of countless millions, hundreds of millions of people across the rest of the world. There's a better future out there for us. And it's not one where our free speech is so infringed upon that we cannot even have a thought before thinking of being arrested. If you don't know me yet, my name is Guy Christensen. Last year, I was expelled by Ohio State University for opposing Israel's ongoing genocide of Palestinians. You can support my work through the link in my bio. Thank you.
And even arrest them before the crime has been committed.
You know, the more and more the news comes out, I keep imagining what it must have been like in Europe, you know, in France and Poland and Germany, when the talk started, you know, the specifically single people of color and so on. They, as the momentum started to pick up, you start seeing songs going on, and then they started, you know, Jews and so on, whose their property's been taken over, being thrown in. And then as the momentum picked up into action, went from talk to action, the panic started to set in. And it was only those people who were being targeted that started to be afraid. And then once, you know, it was in full motion, that everybody must have been saying at first, we never believed it could. And then it became normal. And the United States is there now. You know, we saw the rhetoric during, you know, his campaigns, and we saw the administration, the people he was choosing for his administration there in the U.S. and frozen water and everything that they've been doing over the last years with all the camps that people are now disappearing and the rumors of all the ugliness that could be happening. He was talking about now they're pre-crime, singling out specific people. The momentum is picking up faster and faster. And I'm sure there are still those who are not the target that are still going, it's going to be okay. I hope the United States doesn't make the same mistake that the German people did and think that this is all just going to go away and it's never going to get so huge. And before they know it, their country is changed forever. I can't believe that history is repeating itself, and it's repeating itself in the United States of America. Fiction. Crazy.
All right, Jesse, I'll catch you later. You know, the worst part, why don't you set up these pre-crimes for these people on the Epstein list? Why don't y'all set this up for them? It's amazing how you want to unleash all kinds of shit on the public,
right?
But you won't set these pedos that are running around here free. But
that's true, Lisa.
You know, it's always some mess. The reason why this upsets me, because when they use it publicly or the police use it, it's going to always be for us and no one else. We're always the target. Stop and frisk. That was us. You know, these cops, when they plant drugs on people, it's always us.
You
All right,
know,
Jesse. I'll see you
and
later.
now pre-crime, oh hell yeah, they're gonna be all up and down in our hood
Michael.
trying to, oh, that one over there gonna get ready to rob that store over there. That one's getting ready to take a car. That one's gonna beat up an old lady and steal her money. You know what I mean? No, don't be coming around us with your shit. And they're
Never.
I don't trust nothing these people design when it comes down to the criminal justice system. I don't trust them because the system has always been slanted in one direction from day one, and they have done nothing about it. Don't trust them, never will. So this story just came out a few days ago, pre-crime. And Donald Trump wants the FBI to use it first, and then it goes to other agencies and police and your local police too. It goes to them. Can you imagine you just walking and minding? Well, we already know we can't walk and mind our business without somebody bothering us. So anyway, can you imagine just walking down the street and you or your children out there playing in the streets, and all of a sudden some cop come up and walk up to one of them, say, you getting ready to break in somebody's house. I gotta arrest you. You know how crazy. Oh boy. Thank you, dark skinned brother, for the super chat. Keep up the amazing work, my warrior queen, sister. Much love and respect for everything you do, family. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Where you at?
And thank you again, dark skinned brother, for another super chat. They're going to use AI to target us when they say pre-crime. They're going to start with us because of what we say too. Yeah, they are. They can't wait to use this mess on us. Trust me. This, allows them to pack up their jail houses even more for free labor, or you get paid $1 a day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your support, dark skin brother. I deeply appreciate it. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I have the Bible study set up for 1:45. So I will see you then. Thank you for your patience. I had unexpected guests, but I'm grateful I was still able to come on and do this. So y'all have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. And the rest of you, I will see you at 1:45. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. Yep, so Minority Report in real time, y'all. I ain't worried about no damn watch list. I've been on the watch list since 2013. But yeah, for the rest of y'all, yeah, I can definitely see why this would be a problem. They can't get us out in the streets, so now they're just gonna lock us up. Shame on Dump Regime and FBI Cash Patel for this nonsense. So we'll keep y'all updated on it. Hopefully what Lisa said does not come into fruition, but more than likely it is. So moving along to some better news. Some update on the Karmelo Anthony case. So Karmelo Anthony has a new legal team, and they are seeking a new trial. And the new trial is supposed to be, depending on who the judge is, August 20th or August 23rd or 24th. It would be 24th because it couldn't be the 23rd because that's on the weekend. So August 20th or August 24th, depending on who the judge is. Hopefully it's not punk ass Roach again. But at least they're going to give us an update on that as well. Hopefully we can get our brother Karmelo Anthony out. Free Karmelo Anthony, we've been saying for over a year now. Our brother is innocent. He was defending himself against a white supremacist mob, and that's our story, and we're sticking to it. So at least you're gonna give us an update on it.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. We're going to talk about a few updates on the Karmelo Anthony case. Now, his team of lawyers were able to get 2 separate court dates coming up in August. So I believe one is on the 18th, and that is getting the judge to recuse himself from the case. And you know, he don't want to recuse himself because everything's all rigged up, and he wants to make sure nothing changes. But we shall see. So Karmelo's team of lawyers put in this motion, and the other one is for a new trial, and that date I believe is the 20th of August. So some people see this as a big deal, you know, that the lawyers were able to get these dates on the behalf, but we shall see. You know, in jail, and he murder, 35 years behind to a first-degree murder. And, you know, we got to understand this system has been rigged up against us the entire time. And the Karmelo Anthony case is living proof of how far these people will go to rig everything up in a court of law. That's why their courts are a joke. All of them are a joke. They got everything rigged up against us so that we don't win in these courts, especially criminal court. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
So Karmelo Anthony was convicted of murder and sentenced to 35 years in prison for the fatal stabbing of Austin Metcalf at a Texas high school track meet. His attorneys have now filed motions seeking a new trial and asking for the judge to be removed. The outcome. Anthony is expected back in court in August, where the judge will consider those post-trial motions. Five-year sentence remain in effect. Listen, I believe Karmelo Anthony deserves a fair trial. A lot of people have been raised. I do think there's a possibility that racial bias may have played a role in how this case was handled. It was. And that's something that should always be taken seriously whenever questions about fairness arise, especially when it comes to racism. I'm praying that Karmelo is granted a new trial, that he gets a new judge, and that his new legal team is able to present the strongest case possible. Personally, I felt like his previous legal team didn't do enough to fully advocate for him. Hopefully, the new team will take a different approach and assure every relevant piece of evidence, even ultimately with it, considers, especially that defense stabbing act of self-defense. There is publicly available video showing the Metcalf brothers approach along with other boys before the confrontation leading up to the stabbing. My hope is that if a new trial is granted, or any witnesses or evidence that were not presented the first time, if the court determines they are admissible, will be heard so the jury can evaluate the case with as much relevant information as possible. At the end of the day, this isn't about choosing sides. It's about making sure the justice system works the same way it does for everybody else. Every defendant deserves a fair trial. Every victim deserves justice, and every verdict should be based on all of the admissible evidence and the law.
Did y'all hear the good news about Karmelo Anthony? I know y'all gonna be mad, but it really don't matter. Karmelo Anthony has 2 new court dates. God is moving, honey. Don't get mad because the Lord is moving. God ain't blessed him with those 6 attorneys for no reason. He getting ready to show y'all something. He has 2 new court dates, y'all. August 19th and August 20th. So on August 19th, he's gonna go to find out if Judge Roach can be put off the case. Hopefully he wins that appeal. And then on August 20th, he's gonna go to see about getting a new trial. All I know is God don't open doors for them to be closed. He gonna open that door so that Karmelo can walk right on through and right on up out of that prison. Oh yeah, God ain't put them 6 attorneys on that case for no reason. Those are 6 angels that's gonna break him up out of there. Watch what I tell you. So we gonna continue to pray because I believe that our prayers are being heard, and I believe that God is moving on our behalf. Don't worry about what these naysayers got to say. Don't worry about what the haters got to say. I don't care. Karmelo Anthony will
get a new trial. His motion to recuse date has already been set. Karmelo Anthony's motion to recuse date for Judge John Roach has been set for August 19th, and his motion for new trial hearing has been set for August 20th. Let's go! They thought that we were going to forget about Karmelo Anthony. They thought that it was over, but it ain't over. Y'all might have won the battle, but you guys have not won the war.
Have y'all heard? Karmelo Anthony will be coming home. Let me say it again for the people in the back. The cast for the ghost people, the Caucasian people, the white people who don't want him to come home. Karmelo Anthony is coming home. And to the black people who don't like it, he's coming home. Let me say this, right? Do y'all know August, the 19th and the 20th are big dates for Karmelo Anthony? I had to sit on this information and do my investigation. Now let's just go. Come on, y'all got to keep up with me now. August the 19th is when they're going to recuse Judge Roach. Okay? Now, here's the thing. Judge Hurley is overlooking that. Now, here's my thing, and I'm about to be messy. Judge Hurley is from fucking Texas. Okay? Now, my thing about it is it may be some bias. We don't even know if it's a personal connection. We don't even know if they fucking know each other. Okay? That's the thing that we got to look at. Now, on the 20th, that's when the appeal go in to see if they're going to grant Karmelo Anthony a new trial. Now, this what I had to see, and I had to really look into this. Judge Hurley will not be overseeing it. Now, it depends if Judge Hurley approve and grant the recusing of Judge Roach. But if that accusing don't go through, then they won't have a need to even do a motion or even take the appeal to even grant Karmelo Anthony a new case. Ooh, a new trial. Sorry, a new trial. Baby, I've been looking into it. I really, really hope they don't let bias and privilege of whiteness take over and railroad this like they did the fucking first time. Baby, I had to sit on this information. Thank y'all for sending it to me, but I had to sit on it. Karmelo Anthony coming home, we gonna keep faith. Get what I'm saying? Here. We gonna bring the answer. I believe it's us, the sky. Yes, I believe. Goodbye.
Karmelo Anthony's court dates have officially been set. That's right. We finally got court dates. The motion to recuse Judge Roach is set for August 19th at 9 a.m. in Collin County Courthouse. The judge that is residing over the case, as you may already know, is Judge Sid Harrell. And if he decides to recuse or makes the judgment for Judge Roach to be recused off of the case, there will be another judge that will be residing over the motion for a new trial case, which is set for the following day, August 20th. But if he stays on the case, then Judge Roach will oversee the motion for a new trial, unfortunately, on August 20th. But that's all we have for now. We continue to keep Karmelo in our prayers, keep him uplifted, and we're just praying for justice here. I know everybody's been tied up in the Nolan Wells case, in which we need justice in that as well, but we have not forgotten about Karmelo. And until he comes home, it is still free Karmelo. Like the video, share the video, and follow me for more controversial topics.
Update on the motion to recuse and the motion for a new trial in the Karmelo Anthony case. Let's talk about it, what it means, and what we can expect. So the docket was updated, I believe, yesterday, and we have court dates for the motion to recuse 26 and the motion for a new trial, which is going to be the following day, August 20th, 2026, both of these at 9 a.m. down in Collins County. Now, these are back-to-back court dates, so as soon as we find out the ruling on the motion to recuse, if Judge Roche stays on it, he will preside over the motion for a new trial. Notice how it says down here, judge in courtroom to be determined. That'll be updated after the motion to recuse is decided by Judge Harrell on the 19th. So if it's Judge Roche, he'll be hearing the motion for a new trial on the 20th. And then if it's a different judge, that different judge will hear it on the 20th. Now, these are going to be motion hearings, which typically is a little bit of oral argument by the attorneys. Now, that might not take place in the motion to recuse. There might be a little argument, but that motion will most likely be decided that day, because they have to immediately then go into the motion for the new trial, because you have to remember there is a very quick turnaround for this, right? And the deadline is the second week of September, okay? Or this motion for a new trial is dead, okay? Because it's 75 days from the entry of conviction and sentence, all right? So this is a quick turnaround. And if it's not done within the 75 days, it's dead. So we have to have a decision on the motion for the new trial before that date in September, in early September. So if there is going to be hearings on a motion for a new trial, all of that needs to be done before that date. So these are the court dates. Put them in your calendar. We will cover them. If you have questions about this, let me know. Keep me posted. Bye.
We now know what comes next in the appeals process for Karmelo Anthony. I'm Danica Hill here at the CBS News Texas assignment desk, and we now know that 2 dates have been set for hearings related to the appeals process. Now, we told you last month when the 19th for the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf at a Frisco track meet. Less than 24 hours after the verdict came in, we know that Anthony's legal team filed a notice of appeal. That's where we are now, and that's why we have these 2 court dates now set. On that first court date, August 19th, Anthony's attorneys are expected to ask that the state district judge, John Roach Jr., be removed from overseeing the post-conviction proceedings. That motion is expected to be heard by a judge out of San Antonio. Now, on that following day, on August 20th, Anthony's attorneys are expected to argue their motion for a new trial. A group of well-known civil rights and criminal defense attorneys say that they are going to represent Anthony pro bono during this appeals process, who told us in an exclusive interview that he believes Anthony's appeal will be denied. Anthony's new set of attorneys say that they plan to conduct a new, fresh, independent review of the trial record to determine if there was any reversible errors that occurred. Of course, we are going to stay on top of this at the CBS News Texas assignment desk.
Well, look like they're getting way more done than his white attorney that he had. You know, it's a shame the family got talked into taking that dude in the first place, but they did. So maybe this team can finally get the ball rolling so that Karmelo can get a fair trial and get out of that jail. He does not belong in there at all. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Let's see here. Okay, Tribe of Israel 28. Thank you for the 10 joules. We appreciate it. Thank you for your support. And Rue Sunday, thank you for the 440 joules. Uncle Alert, thank you so much for your support for my channel. I deeply appreciate it. So y'all have a wonderful evening, and I will see you on my next live. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom, listen. So yeah, that's good news. Hopefully our brother can get out and get a new trial, because this is ridiculous. Community for defending himself against a white supremacist mob. And now the Democrats want to start talking about Karmelo Anthony, but where were y'all at for like the whole year prior to him being convicted? Nowhere to be found. So y'all can miss us with that shit. So moving along, we got, has Black America withdrawn from America? The Great Detachment. Is Black America checking out? So our brother Torian Rain Reloaded is going to give us an update on that.
I don't know about y'all, but something feels different. Not necessarily because it's louder, nothing revolutionary. It's actually rather quiet. I don't know about you, but does it feel like Black America has emotionally packed its bags and checked out of the country it spent centuries building? Not physically, not legally, but mentally, spiritually, socially, and economically. And the question nobody really wants to ask out loud is, has Black America completely withdrawn from America? A lot of people hear the word withdrawn and immediately think exile or leaving, separation and isolation. But that's not necessarily what I'm talking about, because you can physically remain somewhere while emotionally disconnecting from it completely. People who do it in relationships every day. They stop believing in the effort, stop believing in reciprocity, stop believing their energy mimics themselves. Exhaustion. A type of why keep emotionally investing in a system that constantly reminds us where it thinks we belong. And if we're being honest, this conversation didn't come out of nowhere. You can see the shift everywhere, such as declining trust in institutions, growing political apathy, increased focus on self-preservation, disengagement from patriotism, and emotional detachment from the American identity. A lot of Black Americans don't feel connected to this country emotionally anymore. And honestly, can people really say they don't understand why? America has always sold itself as an unfinished promise. Work hard, believe in the country, participate in democracy, and eventually the system will reward you. But for many Black Americans, the issue isn't just oppression, it's inconsistency. I mean, think about the timeline: slavery, Reconstruction, sabotage, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration, surveillance, economic exclusion, and cultural exploitation. Every generation was told, just wait a little longer. And eventually that turns into psychological burnout, because how many generations are supposed to wait? That's where this emotional withdrawal conversation begins. Not because Black Americans suddenly stopped caring, but because many feel America has repeatedly shown selective concern toward them. You cannot repeatedly ask people to invest emotion that often appears emotionally detached from them. There was a time when integration itself felt hopeful. Military service felt hopeful, voting felt helpful, and representation felt hopeful. But now, many younger Black Americans view America way differently than previous generations did. Not necessarily with hatred, but skepticism. And that skepticism changes everything. When people stop emotionally identifying with the nation, patriotism weakens. The symbols stop hitting the same, the speeches stop hitting the same, and so do the promises. And you start hearing more people say things like, I'm just trying to survive, or I don't trust either political party. This country doesn't care about us anyway, and I'm focused on my people and not America. That's not necessarily separatism. That's an emotional distancing. and emotional distancing yourself from a nation is a massive social shift. Another reason this conversation exists is because many Black Americans have become increasingly focused on internal community economics, supporting Black businesses, building independent platforms, creating our own spaces, and circulating dollars internally. Why, you may ask? Because many people feel dependence on broader American systems has not produced safety or stability. And historically, marginalized groups often turn inward economically when trust in larger institutions decline. That labor, economics, and politics, while often giving or often receiving unequal protection in return. So now you're seeing a mentality shift from how do we integrate further to how do we protect ourselves regardless. That psychological pivot matters. Social media accelerated this emotional withdrawal dramatically because now people see everything in real time. Every injustice, every hypocrisy, every double standard, and every cultural contradiction. And constant exposure changes psychology. A lot of Black Americans today are dealing with information overload tied to a racial fatigue. They're constantly consuming stories involving discrimination, police violence, economic disparity, cultural appropriation, and political hostility. At some point, people emotionally retreat for self-things happening right now. Some people interpret emotional exhaustion as laziness, apathy, or bitterness, but exhaustion and hopelessness are not the same thing. Here's the paradox part. Black American culture is arguably one of the most, if not the most influential cultural forces on earth. From music to fashion, language, sports, entertainment, and internet culture, and a plethora of other things. American culture globally is heavily shaped by Black American influence. Yet many Black Americans still feel politically vulnerable and economically insecure inside the same country consuming that culture. That contradiction creates resentment because imagine helping alienated from that nation internally. That creates confusion, and over time, confusion becomes detachment. Now, here's where the conversation gets complicated. Is this truly withdrawal or is it evolution? Because some would argue Black America is not disconnecting from America. It's simply becoming less emotionally dependent on validation from it. And that's a different conversation entirely. Maybe what we're witnessing is not abandonment itself. Maybe it's realism. Maybe generations of disappointment created a mentality that says, we're still here, we're still contribute, but we are no longer blindly emotionally invested in national myths. And whether people agree with that sentiment or not, it's impossible to deny that something has shifted psychologically. You can feel it in the conversations, you can feel it in politics, in the media, even in humor and social commentary, of course. Something definitely has changed along the line. So has Black America withdrawn from America? Maybe not physically and maybe not completely, but emotionally, spiritually, and psychologically, a growing number of people would argue that some level of detachment has absolutely taken place. And whether people see that as a dangerous, understandable, tragic, or necessary, it depends entirely on how they interpret the relationship between Black America and the country itself. But one thing is for certain, you cannot continuously ask people to emotionally invest in a promise they increasingly feel disconnected from, and eventually people stop arguing with a system they no longer expect anything from.
Victorian. So many of us have detached. It's very obvious. And for good reason.
All right, y'all, let's get it.
So moving along, we got the boycott just reached Black Panther. Here's what changed. So Black Alpha Network and Sister Natural is going to give us an update on that.
This African woman call herself checking us, telling us we can't have it both ways because we're not supporting this Black Panther 3. And she talking about y'all can't have it both ways. You either want to be African or you don't want to be African. But either way, we're going to support it in mass, and so is the Caribbean. But let me educate you Africans. Let me educate y'all in regards to the Black Panther comic debuts. Fantastic Four, number 52, introduced T'Challa, the king of the fictional. I know y'all don't know. Let me bring my brother up here. I know a lot of y'all call us dumb, but y'all don't really know what fictional means. Okay, so they created, hey brother, they created the fictional African nation of Wakanda. Okay, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby created the character. They said even though the African king was a fictional, that's the key word, y'all, fictional, okay, from a fictional nation, okay, because y'all don't understand. Wakanda is fake. That is not real, y'all. Fictional nation. They created the character during a period of major change affecting Black Americans. Now that character was created. They said it was created during a period of major change affecting Black Americans, like the Civil Rights Act of 1964, that had passed. The Voting Rights Act of 1965, that had passed. The Black Power movement was emerging. The Black Panther power movement was emerging. Has nothing to do with later said that they recognized that the comic books had almost no Black superheroes and they wanted to change that. So Jack Kirby stated he created Black Panther because he realized that he had been leaving Black characters out of the stories and wanted to correct that. So that crusty, ashy that Alpha had on his channel talking about birthways because of Wakanda. Wakanda is fictional. That means fake. False, made up. But our Black Panther Party, that was real, talking about all of Africa and the Caribbeans will support it. We don't give a damn. Of course your allegiances will. We don't care. We won't support it, okay? Have at it. Yeah, I'm not going, Valerie. I'm not going. So just to tie them all in, you got the Oreo dude, the Oriolio dude, however you pronounce his name, that was on Godfrey podcast that said Nigerian accent is just slowed down, subservient slave accent. Okay, he's married to a pink toe. Godfrey, his podcast is backed by a YT liberal. This Wakanda, the new actor for this new Wakanda, his girlfriend is a pink toe. So for Godfrey and all of you from the diaspora, it's obvious that the knowledge of our history means nothing to you when you use YT talking points against us. When it comes to the builders of this country, which is us, y'all disrespect the builders of this country, but you think because you know our history, that give you a buy, and all of y'all use YT talking points, and all of y'all with pigtails. Y'all love y'all colonizers. We don't. No one from the diaspora will never represent us in film, especially playing our icons. We ain't gonna support it. We will never respect or support that. No one from the diaspora or outside our lineage could speak for us. These filmmakers, and we have the right not to support them, okay? And what do you think, Alpha? Why I go on mute?
Shout out to the family, shout out to the family, shout out to the family. 24/7, 365, permanent blackout on any tether activities, whether that be a festival, whether that be a musty ass movie. All of them gonna get this blackout smoke, and that go for the musty Panther as well. We know the play, and we seen the play from day one. That's the thing about foundational Black Americans, y'all. We don't wait around. We say 24/7. We ain't running around here trying to guess or figure things out. We already know what it's hitting for, and we already bringing that smoke with us. This ain't nothing but the musty Panther, and they're trying to Africanize foundational Black Americans through film, through movies. Every single thing that you see these people do is to try to get you to stop delineating, trying to get you to stop representing your lineage, trying to make everything all lives matter. I said it just the other day, family. We're living in the post all lives matter world. We're living in the post African American world. We're living in the post minority world, post people of color world, post Black and brown no elition world. It's a new world, family. Don't tell me foundational Black Americans ain't changing the world, because you living in the change world. We took all of those terms and them phrases and them lies, bagged them all up, threw them in the damn trash, and tossed that ish on the curb. Now we moving in the foundational Black American only world. And damn, does it feel good. See, family, we can see these people come out here and try to use phrases like Black Panther and then try to promote it and push it. And I wasn't really hitting heavy on the first Black Panther. Yes, we represent and we understand our brother Chadwick. Much love and respect, brother. Rest in peace. Certified salute up above. And we respect how he got down in that film. Phenomenal role, phenomenal acting. But I'm going to be real with you, fam. I didn't like the B. Jordan, I didn't like the fact that they made him like the bad guy. How come the dude who wanted to stand on business was the bad guy? Family, how come the guy who said, I'm going to represent my own and I'm not rocking with these outsiders was the bad dude? And the one who wanted to bring people in and give away all their resources was the good one. You seen the hustle, the scam, and the play and all of that. You already knew what it was, family. Yeah, and it had the W man in there saving the day. You already knew what it was, family. Our history is foundational Black Americans, and that term, Black Panther, goes way back. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, that is the third Black Panther Party, fam. We can go in reverse. You could start with the foundational Black American 761st Battalion, World War II. That was the original Black Panthers, foundational Black Americans, and they stood on business straight up and down. Then you can go to the Alabama Black Panthers, and then you get to the Oakland Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, those that we know so well. So that right there has always been a foundational Black American thing. And when they started to craft this cartoon up, and then they started to milk off of that, family, that ain't nothing but a vessel of Pan-African. If you really want to talk about Black Panthers, then family, associate Black Panther with the people who made Black Panther such a coveted, well-known name around the world. And that be foundational Black Americans, whether that is one or three of all of those Black Panthers that I just told you, family.
I don't want to hear nothing from y'all from the diaspora. Don't say shit. We have the right not to support them. Simple as that. And I'm starting to have deja vu. I can't wait for my brother to speak on this. I'm starting to have deja vu, and the deja vu that I'm having really an agenda to Black and brown us and the we are the world us. And I'm starting to feel that way in regards to the Ryan Coogler, because that's second Wakanda, I never even seen the first one. And when my husband tried to put it on, I fall asleep every time. But I did happen to see the second one, and he was like, well, babe, you ain't gonna really appreciate the second one. But then the second one, y'all got a whole Hispanic as Black Panther. So it's making me believe, because you made that whole Hispanic the Black Panther, and then you had centers highlighting our history, but now you bringing a UK African actor instead of a Black American actor to play in this Wakanda movie, when you know damn well that Black American actors and actresses been complaining for years how these UK actors are being cast and we're being replaced by them. But you think that it was a good idea to cast this dude. And then you got these Africans, somebody, oh, get over it, because they really believe Wakanda is real. I ain't going. Gotta watch Ryan. Yeah, I ain't going. And I'm getting Sona Leo vibes that all of this was a whole agenda to Black and brown us at the end of the damn day.
The real Black Panther should have been somebody who had on a damn black leather coat with a power tool, with an afro, with a pick in it. That's the Black Panther that I want to see. This Black Panther that looks like he's straight out of the bushes eating bushmeat, that never really appealed to me, fam. That never really appealed to me, because that's not what my mind goes to when I think of the Black Panther Party. You know what I'm saying? And everybody knows Huey P. Newton is my idol. And I love me some Bobby Seale, and I love me some Kathleen Cleveland. So family, we're going to sit here and we're going to break it down. We're going to get all the way to the real line of it. And the fact that they give you this one, and the first one was all dashikis. Remember that, fam? They was out there selling the dashikis. They had the Black Panther dashikis that was out there. The second one, family, was All Lives Matter. They had a damn, thought we were just going to go overlook that. They had Julio Panther. They had Gonzalez Panther. Family, they had the Burrito Panther. No. And then now you see this one, fam, they're sliding in all of these different actors that are non-foundational Black Americans. Think about it, y'all. These tethers come over here and they play Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. They play Fred Hampton. They play Harriet Tubman. They play Joe Jackson. Everywhere you turn around, you see somebody who's a non-foundational Black America and always trying to Africanize us through their movies. I don't give a damn, because I wasn't going to watch it in the first place, fam. And let me tell you something about these tethers. The reason why they so hot and heavy about this movie, because in real life, they ain't got shit. That's the reason why. Family, you'd be surprised. If you were going and you eating bushmeat tonight for dinner, hell yeah, you're going to be clinging to a cartoon movie. If your ass is doing a backstroke and cake soap, hell yeah, you're going to cling on to a cartoon movie. If your ass just got hit on the backside of your neck with a bamboo stick, hell yeah, you're going to be clinging to a cartoon movie. If your ass done got colonized 3, 4, 5 times in 1 week, hell yeah, you're going to be clinging to a cartoon movie. These folks is clinging to a movie worse than kids.
Can I add one? Can I add
Go ahead,
one?
bring it to me.
If you've been hit on your throat by chopsticks.
Hell yeah, you're going to be clinging to a cartoon movie. But let me tell you what we clinging to. That was funny as hell, sister. We clinging to getting money, to getting paid, to handling the business, to standing on business, to pushing principle, to representing this foundational Black American certified grassroots energy. Y'all see the difference? Y'all see why they ain't like us? Ain't no foundational Black Americans running around here with no damn pom-poms talking about a damn movie and a cartoon. You only got to go into the fantasy world because in reality, you get ass whooped every day. Fam, folks who's in reality always want to vacation in fantasy. They don't want to come back because they understand Wakanda is a world where they can live off their scam African fantasies. But when they wake back up and they got to come back to the real is despair, they see the real world is tribalism. And the real world now is deportations. So this is why they run into it. Oh, we know the real play, Mr. Tetherman. Yes, Mr. Tetherman, there's something wrong with your hairline. Okay, you know damn well you're worrying about this cartoon movie because you ain't got nothing going for yourself in real life. And if you ain't got nothing going for yourself in real life, then hell yeah, you worrying about the musty Panther. But family, while they over there worrying about the musty, we over here focused on the money. Back to you, sister.
Didn't they let Akon scam them into believing he was building the Wakanda?
Damn right. It was Akon land. It's Wakanda. There's always something can't nobody point to. Fam, let Black Alpha tell y'all what I've been saying for the longest amount of time. Do y'all know the difference between Akon land and Disneyland? Let me tell you the difference. The difference between Akon land and Disneyland is I can point to where Disneyland is. Now you point to me where Akon land is. You out here getting whooped on by Mickey Mouse. I can tell you where Mickey Mouse is. I can tell you where Minnie Mouse is. I can tell you where Goofy is. I can tell you where Donald Duck is. I can't tell you where Akon land is. It don't exist. So when Mickey Mouse got you in a damn headlock, don't ever talk about foundational Black Americans. You ain't certified and you damn sure ain't qualified. Back to you, sister. Shout out to Mickey Mouse, because at least Mickey Mouse didn't flee. I can go down to Orlando or I can go out there to California. He got a homeland. Hey, let me tell you, Duck got a homeland. Fam, y'all see all these damn deportations? Y'all tell me who you seen get deported more. Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Man, Fleer Man, and Mop Man. And I'm out this thing. Go ahead, sister.
Rising FBA Queen said, and I agree that they've been trying to rope us in with the Sinners movie and thought they was gonna come back and drop this and like, oh here, this is who we casting, and we was gonna be congratulatory. No, do your thing. But we ain't watching, okay? Moving right along.
Let me say this too, so before, you know what I'm saying, we get out there too much, because we was checking earlier and I seen you in here roasting, you know what I'm saying, doing your 1-2 thing. You was coming out there with a couple haymakers. This little tether that was sitting in the car and trying to tell foundational Black Americans if we don't want to watch the Tether Musty Panther movie, then we don't have to watch it. And we don't want to be Africans. We are. No. Yo, it's better whether you getting deported to Uganda, you getting deported to Somalia, or you getting deported to Zimbabwe. That's the only thing you better pick and choose. Better pick and choose what wig you wearing. You better pick and choose what deodorant you ain't going.
Because you know they always got a flammable damn shiny ass wig, and it's always on the same side. Every one of their damn wigs, the part is on the same side.
Bushmeat on fire. They know what it is, fam. They better pick that and get it right. We certified, we indigenous to here. The Black Panther movie ain't got nothing to do with us being certified, representing the lineage, heritage, and culture, and doing it strong with concrete soul. We know what it is, fam. So all of these tellers out here, you can go ahead and put that off on whatever you want to put it off on. But remember, it's 50 states, the USA, because there'd be no USA without FBA. See, we got something that we can point to. You ain't got nothing that you can point to, but since you ain't got nothing, you gonna pick up, and I'm gonna call ICE twice, and ain't nothing nice. How about that one? See, this is what they really mad at, because they got. And the reason why we ain't got the problems that they got, because we ain't them. So yeah, we certificational Black American. We gonna be indigenous. We gonna be the original OGs, and we ain't going to watch no musty Panther. But I'm gonna tell you what they can do. They can be musty on that plane. They can be musty in that van. But either way, all signs go back to your homeland. And sister, I got a song for him. Can I drop my new single, sister? Because you know I did the Run Tether Run. Can I hit him with my new one, sister?
Yeah, hit him with the new banger.
This is the new one, fam. Shout out to everybody out there. And it goes, Mr. Tether Broke Man, there's something wrong with your hairline. And every time you lift your arms up, we smell must every time. Mr. Tether Broke Man, there's something wrong with your hairline. And every time you lift your arms up, it gets musty every time. Checkmate, certified. Shout out Tingle in stores now, and they ain't selling it over there.
I was about to say, you got these damn tethers like Dr. Seuss. I don't want to tether on the house. I don't want to tether on the side of the house. I don't want to tether under the house. Okay, musty asses.
No, man, I just want everybody, man, y'all stay regulating, y'all stay certified. Real soon, we're going to have that out there, and we trying to go quadruple platinum, family, while their asses is going back home. So with that said, shout out to you, Natty, and I will see you at the after party.
Okay, meet you there. Good night, y'all.
Nice out, nice. Blackout for networking and natural for that update. Yeah, we're not going for the scam Africanism.
Gentlemen, I hate to agree with Donald Trump.
We're not going for the scam Africanism no more. So, other than that, we don't want to see a fantasy film when we're living, like she said, famine, disease, all kinds of shit in the real world. So the boycott is in full effect, and it's reached the Panther, new Panther movie. That's slated to drop in 2028, I believe. Yeah, like I said, it got British actor. We know real Panthers, not fantasy Hollywood ones. So moving along, we got Luther Campbell, Uncle Tedder Luke. All of a sudden, he's trying to get on code, I guess. Tedder Luke admits Trump was right about the election cheating and ballot harvesters exposed. So this is from Melrose Radio. Shout out to Brother Melrose.
Gentlemen, I hate to agree with Donald Trump, but on this one, I gotta agree with him. These career politicians, Democrats that I've always supported in my congressional race, they are really cheating. One of the candidates, she has people knocking on seniors' doors, telling these seniors that they will take their ballot to the box, opening up the ballot, changing the vote, and dropping it in the box. They call them ballot harvesters. I didn't even know this even existed. See, you know, I'm a career politician in this race. And I always say everything Trump says is a lie. He's making excuses. But he's right. These people do rig elections. They're literally going to seniors' house, and you can look at it on the data machine as to who voted and who didn't vote. So they're going to these seniors' houses, knowing that they do not have the resources to get in the car or the time to go and vote. So they're offering their assistance and going to these people's house. They got the money to pay for it. Guy with dreadlocks. When I get that footage, I'm going to post it. This is bad. This is absolutely bad. Absolutely bad. You got to win by cheating. Unbelievable. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're a liar and you're a cheater.
Well, that's the party you've been representing, Uncle Tetherloop. Now you want to come to Jesus moment. They want to have an epiphany about the Democrats. We've been telling y'all for damn near a decade plus, over a decade plus. So going all the way back to Malcolm X, been telling you how crooked and shady that damn party is. But y'all wanted us to vote blue no matter who. So here we are. And we didn't do it in 2024, so now we got the dump. That's a human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear. And he looks like he plans to stay. He don't look like he's going anywhere. So Democrats, even if you win the midterms, you're still gonna lose. So we'll see. But now they want to start talking like us, the Democrats. Interesting. But when we said it, oh, you're an election denier. Oh, you're spreading misinformation and disinformation. But now Uncle Tetherloop won't come out and say it. Oh, that must be the gospel truth now. So moving along, we got Vivek Salami claims Black Americans lived better during Jim Crow era. The teterosity of this damn Brahmin. So Torian, I believe it's Torian, is going to give us an update on this.
Supposed aid from Lyndon Johnson's Great Society that actually rolled back some of the benefits that Black families enjoyed, like a stable family foundation in the 1960s, no longer the case today, in part because the government gave them an incentive to live in single-parent households rather than dual-parent households. Affirmative action, effectively a cancer on our national soul, in part because it's a form of psychological slavery that holds Black Americans back by teaching them that they can't get ahead without actually somebody giving them a boot.
Boy, if you don't get the fuck out of my face.
What did I say was going to happen? For those who need a refresher, I said when ramen noodles lost these elections to get into these political positions, what was the first thing he was going to go do? Run out and start a podcast. Look at what he's doing right now. He's podcasting. Now, I'm not sure his status as far as him running for the governor of Ohio. I'm not exactly sure where his standing is in that. And honestly, I don't care because I have the strongest feeling that whether he gets in or not, hopefully not, he's going to get chewed up and spit out like yesterday's meal. This dude literally loves to get online and talk about Black people at the behest of, or the, I guess you can say, at the mercy of PC folks who don't like him. Just to get what happened a couple to call her, got on his platform, that he invited her on his platform, and literally told him to his face that, yes, you are a great candidate. You could be this and you can be that, but I still wouldn't vote for you because you're Indian. Literally said it to his face. I did a whole live stream talking about it, and we were just sitting up there just laughing at how embarrassed he looked and how embarrassing he was, because he sits up there and he tap dances for all those individuals and they don't like him. Even look at how they talk about him throughout his campaigns, that he was, when he tried to run for president or when he tried to run for other political positions, because they know he's performative. They know nothing about this man is genuine at all. And he sits up there and he still continues to do it while all of this is going on. He kind of reminds me of Admiral Fuddle. You know how he likes to get up there and grandstand for them white supremacists and then talk crap about us all the time, or whenever he gets a time in his rather not so busy schedule to talk about us. And then when he gets into those spaces that he knows he doesn't belong in, he decides to go in there and say, I'm trying to fight for your rights to say the N-word and all this, that, and the third. Is just absolutely ridiculous. And he too is another melanated individual, non-FBA person who has lineage that comes from across the pond. And he comes over here and does this. Just like when it comes to ramen noodle. This dude is a first generation born Indian. He was born in the 80s. He's only a couple years older than me. And he's sitting up there talking about in so many words that Black people were doing well in the 60s, which of course was Jim Crow. Jim Crow was starting to come to an end by that point, but still Jim Crow was still going on. And by the time it even ended, there was still some remnants of it going on, because while it may have ended on paper, in reality, it was still going on in the real world behind the scenes and sometimes in front of you. So, and the thing about it is, people like him, this is not my first time hearing people like him say that Black people fared better during Jim Crow. I mean, you even had that, let's go up further back. You had Fakem up there on that recent interview where he was with that panel, rather, with Piers Morgan, and they were getting on him because they were talking about Charlie Kirk when he said that Charlie Kirk had said that Black people did better during slavery. And one of the white guys on there asked Fakem, he said, do you agree with Charlie Kirk when he said that Black people did better during slavery? And he said, of course. Those are the first two words or something along those lines that left out of his mouth when he said that. I cannot stand these tap dancers. I don't care if they are not the ones that look like him, because they will sit up there and they will say and regurgitate all this stuff for a pat on the head or a biscuit crumb. That's why I did that deep dive about the good one or the Black Shield. That's exactly right there. And then I had some trolls coming under the comment section trying to twist it into something else. And it was like, no, you knew exactly what I was talking about when I made the video. I didn't mince my words. But it's funny too, because Ramen Noodle, like I said, was born in the 80s. His family most likely came over probably in the 70s, I'm assuming. So by the time they came over, all the quote unquote hard work or the hard part was already done. He doesn't have any lineage that goes back that far as his family lineage goes. Again, remember, he is first generation born, which means technically he will be an anchor baby. He would be the one who would benefit from that birthright citizenship thing. You know, the same thing at one point that he wanted to get rid of, but he got in on. So it's like the hypocrisy is strong with this one, but that's of no surprise and of shock to anyone when it comes to someone like him. People thought that he was done talking about Black people. Oh, no. I always tell you, when people like him, when they get their foundation and their footing talking about us, and remember what the motto says, the foundation of every grift is a grift, is the degradation of Black people, especially Black Americans. Whenever they get their footing when it comes to talking about us and they feel like they have arrived, so to speak, then that's when they start to drift off into other territories and other lanes that they know that they can't fit in, but they'll try to squirm their way into and slither like a serpent and get in. But then they realize it's too cramped in there because they don't want them there. So what happens? They get kicked out and then they go back to their foundational settings, which is talking about us, which is what he's doing right here. Now, I don't know exactly when he made this video or whenever he spoke about this, because I saw it on Threads, but it looks fairly recent. So he hit that foundational pavement pretty quickly. And like I said, I told people, if the political route does not work out for him, he's going to go right back. He's going to go right into podcasting. And look at what he's doing right here. This is his fallback plan. And I knew it. I called that week. Me and KG called that like immediately, because that's what a lot of them do. Whenever they don't get to where they need to be politically, or if they don't go anywhere in entertainment, then what do? They get and create these podcasts so they can talk shit about us, especially, but more so not Black, or talk a whole bunch of other nonsense that doesn't make any sense in their echo chamber where they just hear themselves talk. or other people like them hear themselves talk, just bouncing off the walls with a bunch of rhetoric that doesn't make any sense to anyone but themselves and their sycophant audience. But yeah, I'm not in the least bit surprised that he came on here and he said this. And then, of course, he brought up about affirmative action again. Affirmative action was supposed to be for Black people, but it benefited mainly white women. But Ramen Noodle ain't going to come out and actually say that, but they keep putting that out there as if it's the gospel truth. Again, this dude, his family lineage goes back only so far as being here in America, in the US rather. He has no room to talk about what's going on here. However, he could talk about what's going over in his homeland, which is in India. You know, his family's homeland, his parents more so than anything, since that's where they migrated from. But we know he ain't going to talk about that. It's funny that they come over here and they talk about us, but they don't want to talk about the stuff going on in their homeland, and not only not talk about it, but also not do anything about it. I wonder, has Ramen Noodle, with the amount of time that he's taken out of his so-called busy schedule to talk about us, has he sent any aid to India at all? Because I know they need it. Something tells me probably not, and if he has, probably very little. Same thing with Admiral. Has he sent any aid to Sudan now, especially to Sudan, because they are really going through it and have been going through it? But I guess he only aids in helping out his war criminal uncle. But I'm not going to go much more into that. Just go a few videos, maybe a few hundred videos back. But these, I would say these foreign tethers, I put it like that, are some of the worst things that could have ever happened to Black Americans. People like him, Admiral Fuddle, Byron Donalds. Shoot, I almost want to kind of throw fake him in this, since he wants to claim that he has Nigerian lineage. You can't walk that back. They are I can say they are almost like a leech for us. I guess you could say a stone around our neck. These people are absolutely diabolically atrocious. And I guess it's the only way they can feel like they can get some type of traction. But I have nothing left more to say as of right now, because something tells me this won't be the last time that I will talk about Ramen Noodles. It's just been the first time in a while since I have spoken about him. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this down in the comments, and I'll talk to you in the next one.
Come here. I got you. 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 Are you okay? I got you. 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 No, somebody drag me. Go, John? No. No. He went through the dock. Breathe. Hold on, Steve. Breathe. Breathe. You go back into the dock.
Verse 15 and 4 says, Pharaoh's army, all of his chariots and his horses were cast into the sea. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises due to the Most High, and as some would say, the ancestors have just gotten revenge for the death of our dear brother Nolan Wells. Now, this just happened a couple of days ago on Lake Lanier. And if you're familiar with Lake Lanier was formed when in the all-Black town of Oscarville, Georgia, was flooded out by white people in order to make this lake to provide energy and electricity for the neighboring cities. Now, this is in Forsyth County. Now, if you know, Forsyth County was well known as a sundown town. But ever since that day happened, there has been several unexplained deaths on the lake, and people just passing out like this guy, people falling out of ships and drowning. Some people say that, you know, arms are pulling them down into the water. There's an entire city under that lake, and it's been well known that white people often meet their fate at the lake. Now we gotta watch that again, because we gotta point out the exact point where the spirits just took control of him and made him go right into that dock. But first, let's take a listen to this Inside Edition news story about the entire incident and see what they have to say about it.
Heart-stopping video of what has to be one of the luckiest guys ever. He was riding a jet ski and seemed to be having for dessert.
Enjoying a day out. There he is, slumped over the jet ski. He's out cold and heading straight for the dock on popular Lake Lanier in Georgia. His buddy is recording. Dylan! At this point, there's nothing to do but hope for the best as the jet ski goes crashing into the dock. Dylan! Dylan! He's thrown in the water, and by some miracle, he is alive. Come here, I got you. The collision jolts him awake. He can't what happened. A nearby jet skier swims over. Backwards into the dock. I know where we are. Thankfully, you went between the bars. And here he is, 32-year-old Dylan Stabler. He says he has no recollection of what happened. He's with his friend, Anthony Zilke, who saved him. There are the poles, there's the dock, there's the boat there. There were so many things you could have hit.
In either direction, I could have been dead, you know. I could have been decapitated by that propeller.
Dylan says his mom gave him a tongue lashing.
She's like, Dylan, you need to be wearing your helmet.
The jet skier says he believes he blacked out because he was dehydrated.
Now, he claims he was dehydrated. I claim that, once again, the spirit of those Black people that were run out and drowned when that town flooded literally changed the course of that boat. First of all, they incapacitated him. For me, no friends may have incapacitated him. Of all 1,100 Black residents from Forsyth County by the white residents in 1912. Following the alleged assault of two white women and the subsequent lynching, who was accused of being involved in the crime, white mobs terrorized Black families through arson and abandoning their home into white ownership. The remnants of the town were persecuted and flooded. Create the whole then an average of about 10 to 12 deaths per year. And that number continues to rise. And fortunately for old Dylan Stapler there, the jet skier, he was not one counted in that number. Just, we got it again. You can actually, there's no explanation. He's talking about he's blacked out. No, that was the who were terrorized by the white mob coming back and getting some revenge. Or it might have been the look it out again. Just what the ancestors grabbed. Right there. Right there. Look, he just goes out. There's no explanation for that. Now watch how this boat goes straight to the dock. Now it's going straight. You can actually see it turn. Look at this. Turning. Turning. Right? You see how it turns right there? He is lucky.
I got you. 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 Are you okay? I got you. 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 Don't tell my dragon. No. No. He went through the dock. Breathe. Hold on, Ski. Breathe. Breathe. You go backwards into the dock.
For anybody that's unmelanated, well, I don't think nobody wants to go on Lake Lanier because once again, they terrorize those people. They say they just flooded the town, and they don't talk about those things that they did, just terrorizing people. Displaced all 1,100 Black people from their town. They had to leave under the cover of night, all because the age-old thing, a Black man did something to a white woman. Now the whole town gotta die. And from what we think, Nolan Wells was talking to the little white girl, then he had to die. But maybe the spirit of our young brother tried to come back and tell us something like, yeah, it ain't over. I'm still out here. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news throw mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. As Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA. Still FTP. Big up NFAC and all my black families. There's three sides to all stories. Which one you believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God beside us, ladies and just as power. If you don't know by now, these cops squeeze their hammers. They don't understand. So we stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Tell our house, set them straight from the rich investigators. You got your telehouse publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go muddy it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to telehouse publishing. Telehouse publishing, breaking news coverage. The proper grandma don't believe none of it. You decide and the judge discover it. You tune in, telehouse publishing.
So the trick is also the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the Black community that makes the Black community throughout America today more explosive than a house.
Telehouse, telehouse publishing, telehouse, yeah, telehouse publishing, telehouse, telehouse publishing, telehouse, telehouse publishing, telehouse, yeah, telehouse publishing.
All right, y'all. So today at the head district, we got paid a little visit from this cat right here. He told me his name was Mike, and he was the owner of Beauty Palace in the East on Diamond Road. I thought that was we were on the West Side, and he's a paging me saying that we had somebody here walking up and down each aisle of all our prices. Then on base show, so why are you worried about that? I want to know, did they open for you? Well, that ain't none of your business, bro. That ain't none of your business. So I politely asked Mr. Mike, hey, bro, come up out of my stuff, get up out of my stove, walked him out the door. So if y'all do me a favor and tell Mr. Mike, leave our vendors alone in this area and leave us alone, Mr. Mike. It was already hard enough as it is to get these, man.
Before I really get off into the commentary, I have to give a shout out to Nikki the God, because she's the one that posted the video up on her Twitter account. She actually got it on her TikTok account, and it also led me to finding the actual real account to where this video originally actually did come from, which was from this place called the Hair District, which is the actual name of the business. I'll insert it right here so you can see for yourself. There's the information right there. It's in a place called Marrero, Louisiana, and it has all their information, like their address, their store operations, their TikTok. Well, I'm sure they probably have a TikTok. If not, they have their threads, and they also have their Instagram account as well. Black owned, as you can see. If you live down in the Marrero area or some, in Marrero, you can go right ahead and get your beauty supply products from there. Now let's get back into the main part. So you have this guy right here who walked into their store, who goes by the name of Mike, and that just sounds like a fake name. I highly doubt that their name is Mike. That's probably just a fake name that they threw out there because, it's just a typical name. No one's going to think much of it. They don't know him, and he doesn't know them, or they don't know him. And he goes in there and he has his phone out and he talks to one of the people working in the front, one of the women working in the front. And he starts acting kind of suspicious. And thank God her boss, who is the guy who owns the shop, and he comes out and he talks to the guy. And the first thing that he knows is that this guy has his phone out and it's on FaceTime. That right there would have been an immediate red flag. The only time really people probably will talk to somebody on FaceTime is if they're getting something from someone and they need to know exactly what it is they're looking for so the person can get a visual of what it is. But this guy was on FaceTime for a whole different purpose. It's like he was trying, basically, it's almost like he was sent there or went there to be a spy. The other red flag was when the owner said that we're all the way in Marrero, which is on the west side, and this guy said that his shop was on the east side, and he said that's kind of a drive that this guy had to take in order to go from his shop to their shop. It's not like they were right down the street where he could walk distance. It's not like he had to take a bit of a drive there. Now, what I tried to do was figure out where this beauty palace was. I did find out, of course, the hair district, because I ended up putting their information in. So I thought that was very interesting. I'm sure now that his business, that this Mike guy, his business has been put on blast, he's probably trying to get his social media stuff kind of, I guess you could say, buried or made invisible or private, because now the name is out there and people are probably going to try to look for it, maybe give it a bad review on Yelp or something along those lines. And then after all of using, is it people that you know, or is it like where are you getting it from? And then that's when the dude said, hold on, to the point where it's not just red flags anymore. It's like a whole banner. It's a flag. It's a giant sign that's saying, okay, this dude is not here as a customer. He's trying to get information for a multitude of reasons. It's multitude of reasons, but two of them come to mind. One, he's trying to stop whatever vendors or wherever he's getting his supplies from. It's almost like he's trying to block it from happening because he sees him as competition. The other one is if so he could try to divert the vendors to his business so he can thrive. It's one that would work out for him, but he would probably rather it be blocked. And now the owner is realizing, okay, this dude is very suspicious. Let me get him up out of the store. And I'm glad that the owner nor the person that was working at the front gave this man any information that he could have took back to his shop and used for his shop and against this Black owned business right here that could have ran them into the ground. It's none of his business where they get their supply. And I'm glad that I got him with his walk of shame, because that's exactly what he's surprised if they decide to say, send another person to that store, someone different, as another quote unquote spy, and try to do this again. Maybe they'll luck up on a day when the owner is not there, because who knows what would have happened if he would have talked to anybody else that would not have quickly dismissed them. Someone could have slipped up and said something that they weren't supposed to. Or who knows if they're going to send someone back and try to get them shut down any other way. I don't know for any of y'all who have seen the movie Beauty Shop, the one with Queen Latifah, which is basically the spinoff of the Barbershop series. But in that movie, her character kind of went through the same thing when she opened up her own shop after she quit working for the Jorge character played by Kevin Bacon, because he was basically treating her like crap. And she went out and struck out on her own and got her own shop, and she got her own workers, and the business started to thrive, and people started to leave Jorge's shop because he let go or let the woman quit who was bringing him in the most business. Like everyone kept saying, oh, we're going to Gina's shop. We're going to Gina's shop. And he was losing clients, like very good, high paying clients to her. So what did he start doing? Underhanded things by working with this guy who was a quote unquote health inspector, and basically going to give her all these crappy citations to try to say she needs to get this fixed, she needs this fixed. But it was so ridiculous. And the thing is, the more and more those citations ramped up and added up, if she kept getting so many of them, then that means that they could quote unquote shut her shop down. And when that didn't necessarily work, they took the ultimate thing and destroys come together. One of the boys that's in the movie ended up recording Jorge and the so-called health inspector doing the so-called deal, and then she finds out about it and she gets her revenge on him. So when I think about this movie and this situation right here, which is a real life one, it happens. It happens. You can see it happens in fantasy, which can be real, but it's also happened in reality. And honestly, happens quite often. It's just that it probably doesn't get documented like that. So people might see this and may be shocked seeing it, but us as Black people, especially Black Americans, we're not surprised by this. I would argue and say this is how a lot of Black American-owned businesses got shut down throughout people doing underhanded, shady dealings or backdoor things like this. So I wouldn't be in the least bit surprised that this is happening more often, but I am glad, again, that the owner and his employee did not divulge any personal or important, rather, information that could have hurt their business and made that other one thrive. But I would definitely keep my head on a swivel and definitely keep an eye out, because I'm telling you, this is not going to be the last time that they've done this. Now you're on. Now, not only are you on their radar, but you can also now be on theirs, or they can be on yours, because now they know who you are. They now come physically to your shop with this in a dummy. They're going to go as far as it was, and that's why he went out there and looked disappointed. So now he got to go back, and they probably trying to strategize a plan B at this point. Because I'm not exactly sure when this happened. It did happen recently, because I went to their Instagram page and I saw the video that they posted. And so this did recently happen, probably within the last week or so. So it just literally just happened. To make sure to keep on top of things. Another example that I could think of, and this actually happened in real life. If y'all don't remember, there was an incident that happened where this undercover cop, I think he was, I don't know who he was, white guy, came into a Black-owned jewelry shop, and he planted drugs right there on the counter to try to set up the Black owner of this jewelry shop to get it shut down. But the joke was on him, because the surveillance cameras literally caught him putting, or what he thought to be subtly putting, drugs on the counter of the jewelry shop. And they caught him, and he got busted, and he got reprimanded. So it's so many situations where it's basically Black-owned business sabotage is what this person was trying to do. In all the situations, examples, it happens so often. That's why on the thumbnail I said they've been doing this. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this down in the comments, and I will talk to you in the next one.
All right, thank you for the update, Torn. Appreciate you.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beer. 8 ounces of oily goodness with the nozzle.
So we're on to the next topic, and that is the water supply has been hijacked by AI. The water systems have been hacked. The FBI and Iran leaked.
That prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. It's already starting. Iran has been hacking water plants around the country. They hit 7 states. The biggest and hardest hit was Minnesota. So what people are saying they notice is the water pressure is low. So the water is not coming out with the same force. Now, what did Iran do? They went in because they know everything is computer. Everything's on computer, including your water company. And they went in and changed all the passwords. So when the water company employees came in, they could not do anything. They could not log in. So that's what they did. 7 states got hit. And y'all, if you think they're going to stop at 7 states, you got another thought coming. The fact that somebody could sit all the way over in Iran and do this to water companies in the U.S., you think they're going to stop with that? No, they're going to go to the electricity companies. They're going to go to stop with water. Water is just the beginning. And so it went on, from what I understand, for several hours, which is not really bad on the United States. No, you know, one thing about the people over in the Middle East, say they grow up under a different type of, these people believe in fighting down to the last man. That's how they think. And the U.S. went in there just not understanding what their culture is about. And now you done got in so deep. These folks are not afraid of the United States. They keep showing you over and over and over. They're not scared of anyone over here. So, y'all, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Brittany James, thank you for the 440 joules. Uncle Alert. Brittany James, again, thank you for the 400. I deeply appreciate it. Okay. So let me. Okay, y'all. Give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and America claims to be all big and mighty, and you can't even keep outside forces from your water plants. That says a lot. Says a lot right there. HS 936, thank you for the 800 joules. Turn it up. Thank you so much for your support. And Antithesis, thank you for the 20 super chat. Oucha supporting. Thank you so much. I deeply appreciate it. Antithesis, also thank you for the 2-month membership. Keep it going, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Here we go, y'all.
Tonight, the FBI warning writing utility companies in at least 7 states have reported incidents to the FBI. And some of that activity degraded water operations. In Minnesota alone, more than 30 municipal water systems have been targeted. And a senior law enforcement official has told NBC News that attack bears all the hallmarks of Iranian
and worrying about Minnesota.
Back in April, after the start of the Iran war, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, warned of Iran-affiliated hackers trying to exploit a specific. Cynthia Kaiser is a former deputy director of the FBI's cyber division.
Is the water supply safe?
Yes, there does not appear to have been any effect on water quality as a part of these attacks. But the reality is that we have to be looking to the future about when these types of attacks could become a lot.
With say municipal water systems can be easy targets if they're connected to the internet.
Okay, so allegedly Iran cyber team was out here doing more than making Lego videos, and we might have a serious issue because they just turned the water off on America. Yeah, so here's what happened. Allegedly, Iran cyber team happened to log in and do nothing for real. In one city, mind you, y'all need to go on and boil some water because we don't know what's going on around this mug, right? In a whole nother city, I think it's like Braham Minutes, cut the water systems off. Then people could not log in and do nothing. So now administration is sending out notices to all the water system people.
Bringing up an excellent point. I know it did not happen in every one state. It did not happen in mine. But y'all, if you can stock up on water and keep extra water around your house, keep some extra water around at all times, because Iran is definitely not going to just stop at 7 states. They're going to keep going until they can get the whole nation. Minnesota, when they got 30 different water sites, they were practically paralyzed and was hardly getting any water out of their faucets. So if nothing else,
People like, hey, I need to double check y'all passwords. Y'all got, two-player authentication, however that go. Like, everybody good because they doing some different stuff around here. Mind you, we got the Paw Patrol FBI on the case right now.
The FBI is now saying similar things have happened in 7 states as well. 7 other states, I should say as well. It seems like they are linked to marks. And how do they go about determining this?
There are ways to attribute cyber attacks. It's very technical and beyond me, and they also keep it kind of secret. But what is true is in that warning that was issued a week ago, and in previous warnings, the government agencies were saying Iran may try to target these automated systems. They have a technical name, PLCs, programmable logical controllers, which they did not teach me about when I was in school.
Yeah, me either.
But they are pretty sensitive devices and systems where you control a manufacturing process, an industrial process automatically, an automated system. You don't have to pull a bunch of levers and hit a bunch of buttons. But if they're connected to the internet, which they can be, they become vulnerable to hacking. And keep in mind that, these water utility companies, utility organizations, Morgan, Microsoft, big corporations with very deep pockets that can spend a lot of money on cybersecurity. So if you went to a cybersecurity conference over the past 5 years, you would hear an expert or a former government official saying, we worry about infrastructure, but mainly these kinds of smaller towns or a city where the water system doesn't have the highest end cybersecurity. So the hallmark of Iran is them attacking some of these automated systems. There's warning, and lo and behold, it happened a week later. We're still waiting to hear the definitive attribution, but Iran is definitely the prime suspect, and of course, as we all know, the U.S. is at war with Iran at the moment.
A major cyber attack targeted Iran, and Rivera has the latest from our New York City newsroom on this story. Madeline.
Good morning, Brian. And IP addresses of the systems that operate and monitor these water facilities. The agency says they've received reports of loss of pressure and flooding, which can allow untreated groundwater to seep into the pipes. The FBI did not mention which 7 states were affected. It comes, though, on the water systems of 30 Minnesota communities. Water safety impacted, but the incident does highlight the vulnerabilities of critical infrastructure. Time per U.S. and state have been the work. The FBI is for now telling Fox they're not currently blaming Iran as they work to identify a culprit. President Trump, in the meantime, is pointing his finger at state officials.
Well, I think I blame it on Minnesota because they're grossly incompetent. They like to say, oh, it was Iran. Iran should be so lucky. Iran's got bigger problems than worrying about Minnesota.
Governor Tim Walz responded to the president's comments on X, saying Trump knows exactly who is responsible for this attack and knows that other states were hit too. This is what modern warfare looks like, and it further illustrates there's no plan to win a war with Iran. Just last week, the FBI and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security agencies said Iran's cyber actors were continuing to target U.S. infrastructure for years, Minnesota, to prevent future threats. Brian?
No doubt about it, Madeline Rivera.
A coordinated cyber attack has struck critical infrastructure in the United States, targeting water and wastewater facilities across at least 7 states. Since late July, hackers have infiltrated the digital networks of dozens of community water utilities, with Minnesota and Michigan reporting the highest number of breaches. The attackers specifically targeted internet-connected operational controllers, altering passwords and locking operators out. This forced many facilities to abruptly shut down their automated controls and revert entirely to manual operations. While the FBI has reported of localized flooding and drops in water pressure, state and federal authorities emphasized that the actual quality of the drinking water remains safe and uncompromised for the public. So who is responsible? Investigators are currently treating Iranian-linked hackers as the primary suspects. This ongoing investigation aligns with recent warnings from U.S. intelligence agencies regarding Iranian cyber operations deliberately targeting vulnerable local utilities. As federal agencies scramble to help operators secure their networks, this breach serves as a stark wake-up call about the fragile cybersecurity of America's local infrastructure.
Okay, moment of truth. There are 30 water treatment systems that have been hacked by who they say is Iran, allegedly. 30 water systems, and one is Michigan. They've hacked, I guess, the Great Lakes water systems. So people, you better get your water. This is the moment of truth. Has our water system been hacked and compromised? And where is that coming from? Is it the 2-letter people that starts with an A? Or is it Iran, as they have been reporting, allegedly, educational and entertainment purposes? Let a sister know. This is the moment of truth. Do you think that our water system have been hacked? And if so, it's time to run for the border and get you some water. Bye now. And it's 7 states: Michigan, Georgia, Minnesota, and then they're not saying any other, I think Iowa. But I'm concerned about Michigan because that's where I live. Lord, don't let them poison our water, please. Bye now.
Plymouth and South St. Paul were just 2 of the more than 30 water systems hit in the attack. It happened over a 2-day span from Sunday into Monday. And now, according to one report from the New York Times, U.S. officials now believe that Iran is likely responsible. Here is a look at all the cities that have publicly identified themselves as targets of the attack. In addition to Plymouth and South St. Paul, the attack impacted water systems in Maple Plain and in Bram. Minnesota IT Services put out a statement just hours ago saying, quote, "We are not attributing this activity to a specific threat actor at this time. Federal partners are best positioned to assess this incident." A cybersecurity expert says if Iran is to blame, it likely knew quite a bit about Minnesota water systems beforehand.
They must have related to each other. And we had the attacks, but now they know that they happen and they're applying, mitigation strategies. So I like to think that we're going to learn from this and we'll be better prepared.
And we've reached out to the beyond saying that it is aware of that report that Iran is the likely culprit. Also an important reminder here, the water is still safe to drink. And experts say that this is really like.
This morning, the FBI and EPA out with a warning to water and wastewater facilities, alerting them to a surge in cyber attacks. Companies in at least 7 states now reporting incidents to federal authorities and loss of pressure, which could potentially allow untreated groundwater to seep into pipes. The warning comes amid a wide-scale cyber attack targeting more than 30 water treatment systems in Minnesota. Authorities have not yet identified who is responsible for the Minnesota attack, but sources tell us a number of officials suspect Iran-linked hackers may be involved. In one case, the hackers were able to actually shut down the flow of water from the well and water treatment plant in the tiny city of Bram, forcing officials to provide clean water to residents already stored in its water tower. In a statement, the city says it was informed that there were at least 4 other communities attacked with the same result. The city of Maple Plain declaring a local emergency that was in effect for 2 days, and the city of Plymouth also affected. One reason officials are suspicious of Iranian involvement, so far the hackers are not asking for ransom money. Instead, they appear to be trying to deny service. Rebecca?
Okay, y'all. Number one, this war should never have started. Donald Trump got involved with the war because Netanyahu convinced him to do so. Number two, why is you? And my question is, because they're claiming Iran has been doing things even back in 2025. Okay, let's say that is the case. What did you do to beef up security online? In my opinion, the answer is nothing. If they were able to get 7 states, obviously you didn't do nothing. America is the one dropping the ball on this whole thing. If they had measures in place where it would be super hard for people to hack your system, this shouldn't be happening. I put the blame on America. I do. And see, y'all don't ever want to put the best people in charge. You want to put the white people in charge. And that is a problem in itself. Y'all never want to do what's right. You always want, just like Donald Trump, he's changing the civil division of the DOJ for any racism that happens in the country. They'll just deal with it if it's happening to a white person. But if it happens to anyone else, no, don't do anything. Do you know the only civil rights that matter are that of white males? See, this is why you got the problems that you have today. You're not looking for no merit or the best people. Donald Trump himself is admitting that. So anyway, y'all, America, you're already weak in a physical fight with Iran. And now you're showing you're weak when it comes down to technology. America is weak and vulnerable, and it can't fend off hackers. It should never be easy for anybody to hack any type of system, especially one that is government ran. The water companies are government ran. It should be nothing that should penetrate your systems. So y'all so busy stuffing your pockets and being greedy that you're not taking care of the infrastructure like you're supposed to. So that's where I stand on the whole thing. And you know what? And if it is happening, America, you know what? You should not have started a war with an adversary can kick your ass. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I thank you all for being here. And, okay. Antithesis, thank you for the 2-month membership. And stay positive for me too. Thank you for the super chat. Lisa, your commentary is always in. I see the thumbs up. Shared and appreciated. Shalom. Shalom to you, and thank you for your support. So y'all, I don't know what to say other than since this America talks a good game, but you're Lion Pride, thank you for the super chat. I would look at modern day Israel doing this dirt and point their finger to someone else, at Lisa M. Cabrera. Shalom. You know, it really truly is. And you know, Iran is who's fighting with the country, but there's no guarantee it can be domestic terror. I really don't think they can look at this thing and tell exactly where it came from. Usually these hackers know how to cover their tracks pretty good. They do. You know, years ago, y'all, I was reading about they did a bank heist online. And I don't know if any of you heard of them doing that. So these hackers, what they did was they set and they proceeded to rob millions of dollars from several different banks. And I would say this probably happened like around 2015. So once they got finished stealing from all these banks, they took the server out of the empty house and left. And you know what? They never got caught. They never got caught. And another thing that they do is they go to like an internet cafe and they will do things at an internet cafe. So by the time the police go over there, the perpetrator done left. So they don't catch them either. They do this everywhere. Wherever they have a facility where there's a bunch of computers, somebody will always go in there and commit some type of cybercrime. And they don't get caught because by the time the cops show up at certain people have gone to libraries and done these things. By the time it gets caught, the person is long gone. And you know they're not logging in when they go to these internet cafes. They're not logging in using their names. You know, they're never going to use their names. So it is a big mess. It is really, truly a big, big mess. They can't catch these people. Y'all, these hackers have outwitted them for so many decades actually. But I will never forget that one where they found an empty house, set up a server, and robbed banks and just picked the server up out of the empty house and left and never got caught. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your support. And I got a plea deal, but I thought this was self-defense, right? Well, she's taking a plea deal now. So the fact that she's going to be a trial, that will eliminate the trial. So we'll get into that at 1:45. So have a wonderful afternoon, and I will see you then. Shalom, family.
I ain't had my eyebrows done in I don't know how long because I am not going to spend my money with no Asians. I won't even go to the corner store because I meant that shit. Y'all sit up here and y'all think that our little black boys' lives are not worth anything. Guess what? You won't get my $45 for a full set. And guess what? We doing it. Black women are doing it. I have seen so many black nail shops open in Houston. I am so proud. I am so proud.
The thing that I'm just kind of, my patience has run out. I've run thin. Are certain Black-owned businesses weaponizing that title, that status against Black customers in order to persuade or guilt me into lowering my expectations as a paying customer.
Might have to drop a dime on them. Sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop it. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
Trying to portray themselves as a Black business so they can run their numbers up. So we got to look out for that because it's a lot of our business to these immigrants. And we're not disclosing that to the people because we get, they're getting the money from the immigrants and they want people to still feel like it's Black owned. I'm going to play this clip of this brother with Roscoe's Chicken. And I think it's a lot of deals going on where just like they did with BET, just like they do with like the Essence Festival. We got witches of money. Okay, we gonna find y'all. We gonna know who y'all is. We doing background checks on these businesses to understand what's going on. But we got to make sure that we double check these businesses and make sure that, they Black owned and they really standing on business. So we're going to go over a few 6 years here locally, but I've been over 14 years. I've been doing water treatment. And I got the link in the number in the description, man. And you can see all our jobs with residential and commercial. We're gonna be spotlighting a lot of Black businesses this month that we wanna get some exposure to. We think everybody should know about and they should be shopping with because they're a big part of our community, what we trying to grow. So make sure y'all look out for that. But make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. My water gang members, all the people who've been supporting the channel, Bruce Warren, y'all keep so much. Without further ado, y'all, let's get it.
I am so glad that Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles lost that lawsuit, okay, for discrimination. Yeah, Roscoe's, I don't know if y'all know, but it is owned all the power, managerial, overseeing power to the Mexicans. Okay. And the Mexicans run Roscoe's, all of them in LA. It's not blacks. Blacks just work there. And this one black man sued them and won. So now they got to pay up 1 point something million this shit for a decade. Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles is not black no more. The food don't taste the same. The service is not the same. Nothing is the same. You look in the back, all the cooks are Mexican. I don't have nothing against Mexicans trying to make money. Nothing. Okay. But Mexicans don't got the soul, okay, to be cooking chicken and waffles, bro. That's why the food don't taste the same. Ask anybody about Roscoe's, bro. It's not the same. It's completely fucking different. All right. Now, we've been saying this for over 10 years, and it don't matter if you.
And I feel like if it don't taste the same, it's something to do with ownership. I'm not playing games with these black owners no more. If you're not sticking to the code, and they could have it to where it's on paper, where it's still showing as a black person owning, but it's not really. They just doing that to keep it. They know that your business is not black owned, residual, just for his face. And I expose y'all with that with Big 3 and Ice Cube. Ice Cube that's not fully FBA. So this isn't something that we let nobody trick us anymore with, using our face, okay, to get all the business from the community. So we tightening up on that.
In Long Beach or Los Angeles, where I'm at right now, we've been known that there was racial discrimination when it comes to hiring and then just working in the restaurant field in Los Angeles. All right. So I'm so happy for this black man. 1.3 or 1.6, something like that. The exact number is escaping me, but it's 1 million. I salute you, brother. You deserve it. Right? Because in his suit, his Hispanic managers and everything was dogging him out. Okay. Black people from LA know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Because once one of these motherfuckers get a little bit of power, your ass is grass. I promise you. It's gonna be somebody that look like them replacing your ass quickly. I promise you. We've all dealt with that shit on some sort of level. So yeah, Roscoe's pay up to 1.3 or 6, whatever it was. Excuse me. Pay it up. And I hope this shit never happens again. And the next person that happens to, I hope they sue your asses some more. Last but not least, I'm never, ever eating that fucking Roscoe's again. I'm going to go to Harold's.
We're going to have to start double checking these businesses, man. And I don't consider, if you got a lot of Mexicans running in your business, cooking black people food, that automatically should, ban you. We need our people. So just like every other restaurant, bro, if you see any of these, restaurants, they always have their people in there cooking the food because they know the food that they're cooking. It only makes sense. Like, we not doing this, we have other cultures making our food. I remember I went to up there in New York, Jacob's. Great restaurant, but they had a bunch of African in there cooking our soul food. And it was sold to some Africans. So what I'm saying, y'all, is a lot of people are buying into our businesses, and we just got to look out for it. We can't just get food like that.
And I don't know who need to hear this, but we don't need no more hair companies. We don't need no more boutiques. We don't need no more clothing brands. Okay, it's time for y'all bitches to start thinking big. We need grocery stores. We need tech startups. We need data centers. We need real estate developers. We need more black professionals as a whole. I understand what.
It's hard for me to listen to a grown man with a cap on like that, fam. There's certain things we got to get to the code. I seen another brother on TikTok, bro, and they want to dye their hair blonde, males. Like, we got to establish a code of, representation of us. It's just, I'm speaking to the males. It's just getting a little out of hand, man, in my opinion. But neither here nor there. I don't want to. Let's get back to the video.
This young man is saying, but I want to put my 2 cents in as a business owner. The first thing that comes to mind is that Black people need to support Black businesses. And I say that because everything that he said in his video that we need more of, we do have some of those things, if not all. We have Black grocery stores. We do have Black-owned tech companies. The thing is, they're not scaled to the point of a Walmart. Let's talk about the grocery store for a second. There's a Black-owned grocery store in Forest Park, Illinois. There's also a Black-owned grocery store in Houston, Texas. There are Black-owned grocery stores in certain places, but when we talk about going in there and buying, let's say, a gallon of milk, and the Black-owned grocery store has that gallon of milk for $4 and Walmart has it for $2, you're going to go to Walmart. Why? Because you get to save $1. Not realizing that every time you go to that Black-owned grocery store, it helps them to scale, and it also helps them to buy more milk, which they will eventually get it at a cheaper price. Because when you're a small business owner, you may buy 500 units because that's what you're trying to sell. Whereas a Walmart, who is $1 billion company, is going to buy 200,000 units, which allows them to buy it at a cheaper price and then also sell it at a cheaper price. I also say that because when a Black-owned business
Spending our money, how we spending our money, we're going to be able to grow to where we're going to be buying big loads. But this is how we're going to jump into other industries. Going to be other people that will see this. When we follow me now, we only 15 to 20 of us. Unfortunately, bro, it's a lot of our people that they just not on code, family. They just they're not like these other cultures where they don't spend with us, but we got some boneheads that'll go out and just give their money to everybody. Knowing that everybody is not doing that to you, it irks me. I gotta understand that we ain't going to go. Y'all ain't going.
product, they usually do it with you in mind. We're looking for your support first. And when we have Black people that are making up excuses as to why they cannot support Black-owned businesses, that becomes a problem, and it makes it harder for us to scale, or we have to market to another demographic of people. And then Black people get upset about that. If you want to businesses scale and thrive, you have to. And that's by shopping, but by marketing their product categories, just like you would all of the other products that we do not own and that
So I'm gonna end it here. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Shout out to everybody that tapped in, or the few people that did tap in. Damien, Big E, and Michael, and Ruby Lee, and anybody that was speaking and not speaking. So this is gonna conclude season 6, episode 37. Damn, crew. Yeah, I gotta end it, crew. Damn chat, I messed everything up. But join us later on today after City Council. So I'll see y'all then. Peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations of Black empowerment. Chan Kuma signing off from the Mile High Income and the legal migrant for the city. We'll see y'all later on today, which is Monday, after City Council. Peace.